Hello everyone, thank you very much for joining me today in this special edition marathon for Christmas, and we're gonna discuss a lot of things about Java. I don't have anything in my mind, I don't have a plan for today. I just have my IDE open, Java 21 set up on my project, and I'm gonna start with the latest features, which is basically one of the hottest things we had this year, 2023, in Java. And of course then progressively discuss a lot of other things. Hopefully you are here with me. I have a live chat. You can leave the questions and comments in the live chat, and I'm gonna talk with you guys, and I'm gonna discuss about everything you want to discuss with me. So let me share you my screen, and we can just start talking about everything you'd like. So let me start with Java 21 now, because it's one of the favorite subjects today. And if you take a look here, I have already created a project, and you can spot that I have Java 21 just because I use the preview mode, where you can avoid writing public static void main string args. So for those of you who started Java previously to this year, you know already that you should write something like this: public class main, public static void main, string args. Oh, sorry for that. So string args, you have like this, and then you put whatever content. And of course, for a long time already, you can use the var syntax here, but you still have to have a class, and you still have to have all these nasty keywords in front of main. You need to specify the parameters, which are the arguments your app may take from console, but even if you don't use them, you still need to provide them. So now this syntax is simply shortened. That works only with the preview mode at the moment, and that's something that will very soon change. And it doesn't really look like a big feature, because you'd say, hey, you don't anyway have one main method in your application. Who cares if you write it like this or if you write it like this? But also, I advise you to think a little bit back when you started learning Java programming, and I bet that for most of you, one of the most uncomfortable things you've been challenged with is the verbosity of simply writing a main method, because that happens with the majority of my students. I wouldn't say all of them, because I don't want to think in absolutes, but the majority of my students do have this problem, because you simply have to tell them, hey, I'm gonna write a syntax that is 5 lines long just for you to be able to print something in the console, which is the simplest, the absolutely simplest application you can write in Java. And then I have to make excuses and tell them, hey, I'm gonna tell you what public is later, I'm gonna tell you what class is later, I'm gonna tell you what static is later, I'm gonna tell you what these are later. Just write this syntax, and I'm gonna tell you everything about it later. And that's not really okay, because it creates from the very beginning a psychological impact in, hey, I cannot learn programming, or Java is too hard for me, even though Java compared with other programming languages is not that difficult. Like take C or C++, from my point of view, they are a lot more difficult than Java is. And it's simply, a lot of this is a psychological impact created by the simple fact that the simplest program you have to write in Java, which is just proof that you can put a text in the console, is so difficult. But starting with Java 21, we have this in preview mode. Most likely with the next version, you will be able to use it without a preview mode, and this is not, it doesn't have such a big impact for applications that you write in production, but it has a lot of impact when it comes to learning, and when it comes to new joiners to our Java community who want to learn Java. Because now you simply write one line. I would say, yeah, we would even not take this into consideration. It's just, hey, this is a block, this is a method called main, a very simple syntax that you can explain very fast, and then this is how you can print something. And yeah, it still makes me uncomfortable, the fact that I have to explain this long instruction system out print line with the parameter, but it's still a lot easier. It's still maybe 10 times easier to explain it and memorize it, because it's very important to remember whenever you start learning something, first you rely on memorizing things rather than making the connections. To make connections, our brain needs to have among what to create those connections. So you don't have the knowledge there. So that's why, take a look on any domain, you will see how our brain works when learning. It's first of all memorizing, and after that making connections about what they've memorized. That's how we learn things since we are very young, and up to us being old, we first in a domain memorize stuff. And you will see these kinds of topics being even explained in old movies where the characters try to learn martial arts, for example. You'll see that first of all you have to look at your master, memorize what they are doing without necessarily understanding before you're able to understand, because to understand means to make connections. To make connections means you need to have what to make connections with. Okay, so that being said, I think I talked a lot about this, and expect me to talk a lot today, because that's why it's called a marathon. So you can join me here. I see a lot of you already here. Hey, Merry Christmas to those of you who are celebrating. Happy holidays to everyone who wants to have happy holidays. I'm very happy to be here with you and to talk as much as possible. So I already see your comments. Thank you for your appreciations, and also a question. So why not? Let's start with that question. So I would love to see reactive Java plus virtual thread. Do they complement each other? I would say no. So first of all, there are two questions. So do virtual threads and reactive complement each other? And then the second question, does virtual thread make Java reactive obsolete? So for these two questions, I will try to provide you a short answer now, but a week ago I think I have recorded a video specifically on virtual threads, so you might want to take a look on that for a more detailed explanation. So first of all, they do not complement each other, they are solutions to the same problem. And the problem is the following. So the problem that a reactive approach and virtual threads try to solve is the idleness of the platform thread. So I was trying to explain at that time that if you have an application, and let's assume a web application, where you have that well-known thread per request methodology, philosophy. So what does this mean is that whichever request, if it's a web application, it will be a HTTP request, and that's why I said a web application, because it's very easy to imagine. So you have a request creates a new thread, which is a platform thread, which is also called sometimes a kernel thread, which is basically the real thread managed and by the operating system executed on a CPU on your device. So the problem with this is that the most of the requests do not work 100% of the time. Actually, if you take a look on what one of the use cases in your application does, you will see that they may do something like that. They receive some HTTP, so receive some HTTP request, which actually this involves some deserialization of the data, and then they probably search or fetch something from a DB, and then whatever you got something, you might fetch something from a different service or microservice, assuming you are in such a microservice architecture, and then you might do some more serialization or compute internally something, compute something with the data you got, and then serialize it back, and then put it in the DB, and then return it. Whatever. So from all these steps, if you'll take a look, you'll see that this is internal computation. That's fine. But fetching from the database, this is idle. This creates an idle thread. Whatever. Ideal. Okay, simply blocking thread. And this is the same, no? So fetch information service block thread. And then compute something, internal computation, fine enough. And then serialize it back, internal computation. And then put in the DB in blocking thread. And then return it. So the point is here, this is probably 0.0 something CPU, and this is probably 0.0 something CPU, and this is 0, and this is 0, and this is 0, and this and this is 0.0 something, and this is 0. So the point is, your thread doesn't really work a lot with such a case. No, it simply doesn't work a lot at all. So in most cases, the largest amount of work is very small, and it happens only on these lines that do some internal computation, and this is blocked, and this is basically the majority of time. So this say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So your application actually on 0.23 and 6, now, which are the fetching from a DB, fetching from a different service, and putting back into the DB, where it spends 0%. This is probably 99%, or maybe even more, or 99 point something percent of the length of the execution length. So you're actually your app doesn't work at all. So it keeps 99% of the time the thread blocked for no reason. So what the problem is here is that how do you do to release the platform thread to be usable in other things in such a situation where you keep it blocked but for nothing, no? So you imagine you have the possibility to give this thread to others to use it, and overall this makes your whole system more efficient. So that's basically what both reactive approaches and virtual threads try to solve. So the virtual threads, what they do is, instead of having a real platform thread, you have a virtual thread that wraps a platform thread, and the execution is managed by the virtual thread here, also called a fiber, and it's executed on the platform thread. But the virtual thread is so smart that when it goes into a situation where it's blocked, it releases and uses no platform thread. So this one can now be used by someone else. And then when it has to go back because the thread, the operation ended, so the thread is no longer blocked, it reborrows the same or a different platform thread to continue its execution. So that is why you will see in a Java application using virtual threads that you have actually just a few platform threads borrowed from the OS in a pool, usually the same number with the amount of CPUs on your system, and all the virtual threads, they use one of those platform threads. And I saw that from the questions after my video on virtual threads. I saw that a lot of people didn't understand what is the difference between having a pool and tasks and virtual threads. The difference is that when you use a pool with non-virtual threads, you do block the threads inside the pool. But when you use it with virtual threads, the threads inside this pool are not blocked, because whenever a virtual thread detects some blocking, it will release the platform thread so that from that pool, another virtual thread can take the platform thread and use it, assuming they are not blocked. So this way you create a possibility of having an application that almost never has threads blocked, idle threads. Do virtual threads complement with reactive? No, because reactive tries to solve the same thing, but at an architectural level. Instead of having virtual threads, you have normal threads, but you make sure when you write your application that you have small pieces of execution, usually provided as small lambdas, and then you put them in a pipe like a factory pipe, so that whenever you have an operation working on one of these, the input of the next will be the output of the previous. And this way what you can do is use callbacks, so that when this task creates an idleness, a blocking, like in the case of retrieving something from the DB, instead of keeping the thread is released because the task itself doesn't need it. But then whenever it's called back, the callback creates the execution happen again on a thread. But all of this involves a lot of complexity from thinking and writing the application itself. Now, I would say in a very large amount of cases, you will have virtual threads probably replacing reactive approaches, because reactive approach is heavy in writing. It requires a functional thinking, which is, at least in my experience, from the majority of the developers, considered to be complex and difficult to understand and write, which creates inefficiency. But I do not want to say that this is a bulletproof solution. Remember that there are no silver bullets in software architecture and software development. So what that means is sometimes you'll find out maybe that using some reactive approach would fit better, just because the philosophy of what you're doing there, I know, makes more sense to use a functional approach. And then if you use a functional approach, why not going on a reactive development as well? I do avoid to believe that there are silver bullets, and whenever you have multiple solutions for the same problem, you might find out that a solution is there are always cases where a solution is better than another. So I prefer to keep this as being, in my mind, as being same solutions to similar problems and possible solutions that I can approach when I have this kind of a problem. I, as a consultant, I have always learned to think this way, learning all the possible solutions to a problem, and then that helps me finding out what in a specific case is the best of all those that I know. The more you know, the more you can choose from and find the right compromise in your implementation. Okay, so I hope that answered your question, but I do advise you also review the video I created on virtual threads, and then I'm gonna read some more of your comments here. Thank you very much for writing. I see it's even more of you now in the number, so join me guys today. Friends, be with me here, and let's start discussions and ask me questions if you want, or ask questions into the audience. Maybe some others of you want to answer as well. This is your chance, and then let me put here whatever I'm thinking about. And I've been starting with my favorite changes in Java, but who knows, whatever we'll manage to discuss up to the end of today's event, and that will happen whenever I will have no more voice. So great job in 2023. Thank you very much for your appreciation. Wish you a great Xmas. Thank you, you too, guys and gals. So folks, thank you for being here with me, and I wish you happy holidays to every one of you celebrating them, and a happy new year. So how does the virtual thread behave when it's reaching a method annotated with synchronize? That's a very good question, actually. So in most cases, it behaves the same way as a platform thread. When it reaches a block with synchronize, the only thing that you need to remember is that the virtual thread in that case pins to the platform thread. What does that mean? It means that unlike the majority of the situations in a synchronized block, if the virtual thread becomes blocked, so for any reason, like it's thread slip, for example, no, any case of situation where the thread becomes idle, it will pin and block the platform thread in that situation. And the reason is because in that case you would not be able to ensure the real synchronization possibility. However, if you would use a reentrant read-write lock, that would not happen. So this is a characteristic, the pinning on the platform thread. It's a characteristic that happens either for a synchronized block or in case your code calls native stuff. So it uses JNI or something to manage something that works natively. So there are some things that will make your virtual thread pin to a platform thread, but the majority of cases where we discuss blocking, this doesn't happen, and normally this shouldn't happen. So remember, because also now it's this problem now of people, of developers, seeing virtual threads as the next Pokemon level of platform threads. No, so it's like the evolution of threads, which is not true. It's not true. Virtual threads are wrappers over the platform threads. You do not escape platform threads. They are not recreated threads. They are no faster threads. They are nothing like that. They are a solution for your app to avoid idleness on use cases. So guess what? If you use your virtual threads in cases that do not involve idleness, or involve too few idleness, you didn't solve anything. So you on the contrary, your application will be less efficient in such a case. And for example, take the garbage collector into consideration. Does it make sense for the garbage collector to be a virtual thread or to be run on a virtual thread? No, because it only does in-memory computation. It doesn't call databases, it doesn't call other services, it doesn't access the file system, it doesn't do anything that would imply a blocking operation. So it doesn't make sense for it to be virtual. On the contrary, the switching and the borrowing and releasing platform threads are operations that cost something. But normally, if you have blocking operations that they cost so few in comparing to the real blocking operation, that it doesn't really matter. But if you have no blocking operation, then you simply just have added some amount of time there to your execution. That doesn't make sense at all. Okay, so I hope that answered your question, Georgie, at least. So can you suggest, next one, can you suggest how to do transaction management with multi-threading? In an app, I create multiple threads, and in each thread, some database operation is done that can work in parallel. Oh wow, this is a really interesting question. So to be honest with you, I've never think about that. So you say, hey, I have multiple threads. They do operations that where the order doesn't matter, but I still want to put them in a transaction. So what makes me think here is the order doesn't matter, but you still want the transactions. So regardless of the order in which they execute, now in the end, I'm not even sure how much sense it makes, but this is a use case I've never managed to. So I have to put it on my list and answer you later. Sorry for that. So I really have to do that because it doesn't come to my mind now. Something that can help with that, and I can't even think about what could happen, or if there is something that could happen if you do that. So I don't want to provide you with an answer that might be the wrong one. Sorry for that. So your explanation was spot on. Any plans to create a reactive Java series as you say reactive Java is complicated to learn? Well, I do have a Spring reactive series, so you can try watching that one. The approach is of course through Spring Reactive, but the philosophy is kind of the same. What I could do, however, is, for example, create some plain reactive series using completable future. Why not? So would that make sense? Maybe yes. I will just approach the subjects one by one in the time I have, like I always did on this channel. So I will put that on the suggestion list, and thank you for that. And Java 11, I hope you don't refer to Java 11 because we are already at 21, so it's just 10 versions below. So Java 11 to 17, so what I guess that would mean, would you like me to discuss about 11 to 17, what happened, or the upgrades? Where 11 to 17 is not such a big difference, but I will discuss about all the topics up to 21, so I hope that will cover also 11 to 17. What are your thoughts on the var keyword in terms of code readability? Is it a good idea to use it everywhere, or it should be used only in selective cases? In my perspective, like any other tool you use, there is no tool I know you should use in all the possible cases. So var, like any others, it's selective, and I would say the way you choose it should be compliant to the easiness of readability. So it should make sense where you put it with two things. One, it should minimize the amount, it should minimize dramatically the amount of text that you write. Because let's take an example now. So let's take an example. Let's actually make it example 1. Now when you have a method, so public void example1 method, why you need a method? Because the var word works only in local declarations, no, and only inside the brackets, so no for the parameters. So you cannot use it here, you cannot use it here, you cannot use it here, you can only use it here. So you say var x is 10, for example, and then what this happens is the syntax that appeared with Java 10, if I correctly remember. It's actually equivalent to saying int x is 10, because it will automatically take whatever type is the value on the right side of the assignment. That's why when using var, you cannot have a var declaration without an assignment, because the assignment is what gives the type of this variable. So to continue, it was in the beginning a confusion made between the var in other languages where it implies dynamically allocation, and the var in Java that doesn't imply that. Remember that this word, this reserved type name, is not called a keyword, because normally you could use it in declaring variables, but you shouldn't do that anyway. The var reserved type name it's only a flavor that you can use to minimize the amount of text that you write here. So if you've used var to replace int with var, then you did nothing, no, because you wrote just the same amount of characters, and it's no helpful at all. And I would say that even if you replace string with var, no, it's still not like you have now made your application a lot more readable, because like string is what, 6 characters, and you replace it with 3 characters. Likewise, paired 3 characters, it's not like very big economy you've made here. But if you have something that uses generic, such like a map of a list of something and then something else, whatever, I don't know, it's just an example, then then it might make sense to use var, no? But remember that here you need to have a proper instance that comply to the type that you replace here. So when you replace something like that and make, you have to avoid having all these nasty symbols here and stuff, then using var in that case makes sense. And then the second rule that I see, it is you always have to be able to easily imply what's on the right side. So if you have like a method call that doesn't clearly state through the name what you get here, like what is this something, I have no idea, it is an int, it is a string, it is something else. If it is not clear for me what I see, what I will get here, then I do not use var. I use the proper type so that I can see. And remember that in the majority of the world, people are used to reading left to right. So that's the majority. Yeah, I know there are countries where you do read the opposite, but for the rest, for those who read left to right, it will always be easier to read the type here first rather than assume it from the right side, because that's how they've learned languages, that's how they used to read. So these two rules make me decide whether I use var or not. First of all, how much it really helps me. Secondly, do I really am I really continue to be aware of what I get there, or do I have then to spend time going inside the method or trying to figure out what this variable is? With all the maintainability rules in place, all the clean coding and stuff like that, if you use them all together, then you will create a maintainable application. But remember that with clean coding, it's always about using all the stuff together. So it's not enough to use one or two things. You always have to follow all the right rules. Give names that tell you what that specific element is. So give names that make code easy to understand. Use write short methods both in terms of how many lines of code. It should be a block enough small to be able to read in one preview, as well as the cyclomatic complexity. So all this stuff should come together to make your code maintainable. Don't rely only on a few of them. Using them together, they are powerful. Using them apart, they are not as much powerful as they could be. So I think that that summarizes a bit about the var word. So it's still worth to invest in the Java ecosystem or in hot languages right now like Go and Rust. First of all, let me make myself clear. Java is not a language that dies or will die soon. I do hear for a lot of years people who are saying that Java is now dying, and I'm still waiting for it to be dying for 20 years. It's still that it simply becomes just more and more used. Then secondly, Java, it's an ecosystem, not a language, okay? So it's a lot more powerful. Many people make a confusion between, when I say Java, they think about Java as only this language that I'm using here. An amount of keywords and rules that you can put together to write applications, to write logic. But this is not only Java. Is, when you say Java, you should think about the JVM, which includes the virtual machine that executes bytecode that can be written with a variety of languages. First of all, that gives you the opportunity to think not only procedural, object oriented, but also functional. So it is a very, very powerful ecosystem with many frameworks created by very smart teams of individuals who that you can use to write very, very powerful applications. So this is not something that's dying. It's actually only becoming more and more powerful with every day. And there are many things that make Java powerful, but the community is also one of the biggest, the strongest points in Java. Take a look at the community. You will see so many smart individuals that try to teach others to become better and to help them upskill. And then from those others evolve and try to do the same, and so on and so forth. And that's why we arrived with having Java with so many billions of installations, so many billions of dollars, so many dozens of really powerful frameworks, so much innovation, and so on and so forth. Of course, other languages have their own purpose and objective. Sometimes languages are more applicable to different kinds of applications rather than others, but Java is still a thing. It will be a thing like many decades from now on. Whether you want to continue with Java or try something else or try both of them, it's of course your decision, and it's only something that comes from your own soul. So you have to feel it here whether you want to go with a language or another. But whether you go with Java, it's never a risk now that it will like become obsolete soon or something like that. Okay. Let me see which are questions for me now. So when will be system out print line replaced with just print line? Have no idea. Now what you can do actually is statically import this. I guess you can do something like import static print line. Oh, come on. Oh, wasn't it Java long? Or at least the system, I think, because you have... I really don't know why this is not working. So Java lang system, here it is, out. Okay, because you want a member. So then you have print line here, which will be out print line. I think this is the minimum you can do now, no? Because print line, you cannot import static just because it comes as it's a behavior. No, it's not a static method itself, so you cannot import it static. Out is static, and you can import it out of the system, and you can write it like this. Maybe this would be a solution for the moment. So, but it still implies you have to take this out. Now, what they can do, but I'm not sure if this is a plan or not, is maybe having this, like, for example, you have import of the Java lang. No, you never import Java lang. Why you don't import Java lang? Because it's imported automatically. So it's one of the rules of the language is that you do not need to import anything for classes that are part of the Java lang. No, so maybe the same can happen with out, can be added as an exception in the language, but that's something that doesn't happen now. I have no idea if this will happen in the future or not. Many people want to reduce lines. I do agree. As you are still debating the point with the database, I'm not gonna go into that until I'm ready to do that. GraalVM native image, that's a really good point, no? Because it's still something that that we could start using. Like, it's not necessarily this year, it's some years ago. I think in 2022 was the biggest latest hype, and I did actually use it with Spring Boot, and the funny fact is that it really makes sense in a lot of cases, but mind that it's for some cases exactly like any other tool. So for example, here I don't have a proper environment installed here. If I were on my Mac, I were able to demonstrate it to you easily. I don't want now to lose 1 hour just trying to put in place the things I can do, but the idea is that it should be simple enough. Now let's say I'm gonna create a Spring application here, and I'm gonna just I'm pretty sure it will not work, but I'm gonna be able at least to tell you what things are with Spring Boot 3, where this became kind of out of the box usable. So if you have like a web application, at least a web application, then you don't necessarily you have this Graal native support for the native image, but you don't even need to add a plugin or anything for that. So let me try to drag this on the screen that you can see as well. Let me load this as a Maven project, and then if I'm going here somewhere, let it index, and I'm going to Maven, I can simply say build the image, and that's it. And you have two possibilities. You can compile it, or you can use build packs and use Docker. And I don't have Docker installed on this system, so I would not be able to show you how to create an image for that. But that's basically everything you need to do, and it comes out of the box. Okay, I'm gonna look a bit through the comments again, because you are a lot and many more here with me, which which make me very happy. So until this is indexing, any tips you'd like to give us to be better Java developers, or ways we can improve it? Well, being better Java developers is like being better musician. It's like always learning, always practicing. So if you don't practice, you can't become better. What I'm doing is I'm practicing continuously. I try to read stuff continuously, and I follow the community, of course. So you can find so many things easier if you simply follow guys on the community. Now I'm still using Twitter, which is renamed to X for a few months already. It still works for me, but most of the guys are now also available on other platforms such as LinkedIn or Mastodon or even Threads, and YouTube, of course. But the point is, I'm still using, and my main platforms are still Twitter and LinkedIn, and of course YouTube. But YouTube is more for sharing stuff than for learning stuff for me. Yeah, and that's basically it. So a few recommendations. You asked me for a few recommendations, so I would follow guys in the community, because I always find interesting stuff. That's one of the things that help me find out stuff without me being the active one going into it and looking for the stuff. The stuff comes to me, so is the opposite. So that's why I like social media in this direction, because it pushes the things to me, ideas, things, new things, problems, issues. I don't have to search for interesting stuff. The stuff comes to me. And then of course I continue trying to see which are the latest releases in books, and try to find out if any of them can help me. Sometimes I'm just going through the books myself, not necessarily reading the complete book, but I'm just going through it and see if there are subjects that are of interest for me. Sometimes I do read the whole book because it's a subject that I need, or I'm very deeply interested in. But remember that when it's about a technical book, it's not always you have the book and you have to read it cover to cover, because not all the subjects are of interest. But the more books you go through, even if sometimes that's only going through the table of contents, because you might find out a chapter that is something you want to learn, or it's of interest for you. Maybe you want just to read the book as a refresher, and you go only through the diagrams, for example, sometimes, or the blocks of code, and you make sure that you didn't forget anything. I do that a lot of times. So books for me are one of the other things that you can use to become a better developer. Even again, if it's not reading them cover to cover. And for that's one of the reasons I like O'Reilly Learning, for example. You might know O'Reilly Learning is because you pay some subscription, but then you have access to all the possible books, and not only books, they also have videos, lives, and so on. But the books are those that interest me the most. And if I would have to like buy all the books that I'm reading meaning, again, not necessarily cover to cover, but going through them, it would take me an exceptionally amount of money. Like, imagine a book, a technical book, maybe $30-40, 40 bucks. If you buy 20 books, it's almost maybe 800 up to 1,000 bucks, which is quite a large amount. And I think I read, when again, reading means not necessarily cover to cover, but I go through more than 20 books a year. So imagine the amount of money I would need to spend for all the books that I'm reading. But using O'Reilly Learning, which is the service where I pay a lot less for a subscription, for a yearly subscription. And to be honest with you, I'm even one of the happy cases that are provided with a subscription by the company in the past years. So I'm even happier than you believe. You pay a lot less money than the amount of knowledge they provide you with, and if you benefit of it, then it makes a lot of sense. That's one tip that I could advise you, because reading books can be expensive. Of course, you could try to find pirated version, but remember that those do not guarantee you that they are the latest versions. Also, by using piracy versions. You don't invest anything in the author that wrote the book, and writing a book, I can tell you from my own experience, is not an easy thing to do. You can write yourself. You will see that it takes many months to go through the development process, and then some more to go through the production process. So it's not easy, especially if you want it to be a decent book. Like, you don't write it just for the sake of writing a book. Yeah, so that's basically. So my Maven is somewhere here now, so you can just go and say so native compile, no, and yeah, normally if everything is in place here, which is not my case, it will create a native executable. That's just to finish my answer to the previous question, because I know I went then into discussing learning Java, and I want to continue that as well, but I wanted to also finish the discussion on the native compilation. Of course, you might want to ask where native compilation is essential. Native compilation would be very important for small applications deployed in containers, deployed in cloud. Remember the points you need to consider when discussing native approaches is it takes a lot of time. Yeah, GU is basically the virtual machine that I don't have on this system that I was telling you. So I don't have the proper setup for native compiling, so I was expecting the error. But this is basically once you have it in place, the Graal VM and the GU command tool, then it's only exactly as you have seen here. It's only just running that Maven, and it will automatically create you the executable, and you will find it in the target folder here somewhere, and you can run it. Okay, so where is that useful, and why is it important that Spring Boot, that with Spring Boot you now have this out of the box? That's because with applications, small running containers such as microservices or Lambda functions, now especially if you want to have Lambdas in cloud, you can now have a really what used to be a really heavy application because of all its dependencies, with a very small footprint and very fast spin up time. Spin up time is very important, especially with Lambda functions, because that when they go down, so they are automatically put down to 0 images, to zero containers. You call that, when you have to start it again, you call that a cold start. So the cold start has to be as short as possible, and this comes with multiple things you have to take care of. One of it being the footprint of the application, secondly being the spin-off of the execution. And that's why there are a lot of projects that tried to improve the cold start of a container, and one of them is the checkpoint restore. For example, you might heard of Crack, the checkpoint restore. And the second one is the one we were discussing, the native compilation, which have their own benefits and disadvantages, no? Because when we discuss about native, again, the things you need to consider is compile is costly in time and resources, but execution is very fast. Okay. So the checkpoint restore actually is compile is fast, but it takes some time to save the checkpoint. But then loading from a checkpoint helps for a faster startup. and it's not as fast as with native, and it sometimes requires some adjustments in code in case you have statefulness there, but it's still one of the tools you could use to make your startup faster. But again, not all the applications need a faster execution. So if that's not something you need, for example, you don't use native, you don't use Crack, okay? Like, for example, microservices is not a software architecture that you might always need. Implementing a monolithic application can be a very good idea in many cases. If you would put microservices everywhere, you would actually just create over-engineering, making a system that is a lot more difficult to maintain than it would be needed. So again, I'm repeating myself. With any tool comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. Important is understanding them to know where to choose them. You put them in place only when you need them. So same as with virtual threads versus platform threads, and I told you, hey, you will not necessarily use virtual threads everywhere. Same is with native and Crack and normal executing applications, you will not use them everywhere. Same is with microservices and monolithic architectures. You don't use microservices everywhere because it doesn't make sense to use them everywhere, okay? I'm going back now to, sorry, I'm switching contexts because now my mind works like I'm trying to go back and then I remember about your questions, and I see even more people attending, and you have a lot of questions and comments, which is really good. So please do share with me your thoughts. If I'm thinking about more things about how to become a better Java developer. So I already told you about following the community, if possible going to conferences. So remember friends, that going to events in the community and conferences enable the face-to-face discussion, which has a very deep psychological impact. So it's not like you go to a conference because only of the content delivered there, because I know, and most of you know, that the content will be there online at some point. It will be there, maybe it's already there in some cases, no? So it's not like you go to a conference because you know you will learn things that you cannot learn otherwise. You go to a conference because you can discuss face to face with someone. You can meet the experts that you follow and ask them questions directly. Have a beer together. Why not? And this creates a very powerful psychological impact. So I know sometimes going to conferences is expensive, but in many cases, remember, there are also local events that are for free. So if you can't afford, for example, going to a conference because the company you work for doesn't provide you with a ticket for that, don't despair. You have search for local events. And local events usually are free, and even if they are smaller, they do have the same psychological impact. So I do find that going and speaking in person with people at events, even small community events, and I'm going to those, if you are here part of, for example, if here's anyone part of the community in Bucharest or Romania in general, because I'm very often going to other cities like Cluj and Iași as well here, you know that you have seen me in many local events created by different companies, and I've been there not because I've been asked to go there, but because I'm going there as part of this community to learn and share. So this is another advice for you, besides following guys online, besides reading books, at least going through the books. And I told you how you can read a lot of books. For example, be careful with piracy, because they do not necessarily provide you with the latest versions. Of course, support the authors if possible, and then go to events to discuss with people in person, to shake hands, talk about problems face to face. It's always different than only meeting online. And then of course I do like to test things myself, so sometimes you might want to take some time, take a breath, go through the things that that you want to learn. Take an hour where you can be quiet only with yourself and an IDE, and try the things that you want to learn, because if you read about them, but if you don't try them yourself, then you will not necessarily learn them deep enough. Okay. And of course, even if you know that certifications, for example, they do not provide you with something that bring you a lot more value. Say, if I have the OCP, now I'm a lot better Java developer. It's still something that I do recommend. So the certifications is for many a way to give themselves an objective to learn. And I think that the most value throughout the years, I was thinking, and I've been asked many times about the value that certifications bring, and my last answer is, hey, I think the biggest value is if you are that kind of a person that needs an objective for learning, well, that's, I guess, that for you, an certification might be a good choice. Okay, so we did import of the static and did. Let me see. So thanks for all the handiwork. Okay, thank you also for being here, especially Spring Security 2nd edition. Oh, by the way, friends, thank you for reminding me. So Spring Security in Action 2nd edition should be there soon. We are now working into printing it actually, and probably in a few weeks it should be there, but it depends a lot on others than it does on myself. Okay, let's see. Your design pattern series was absolutely awesome. Any chance you might find some time in the future to complete it? Well, if you, I don't think I've left it like, I just, my plan for the design patterns was to add only those design patterns that are really useful today, because there are many, throughout the time there were many design patterns, and if you take the well-known book from the Gang of Four, Design Patterns Bible, they have created like 30 years ago. Many things that you have there now are not necessarily used anymore. So I tried to spend as much time as possible to put on this channel things that are very useful, rather than try to just put content that might not be useful. But of course, you might be curious about different stuff, and then what I do suggest you is ask me about, hey, I want to learn this design pattern. Can you create a video on that? And I will create a video on that. So that's what you can do. If you think that something is missing and it's really useful for you and you don't have it, just ask for that, and I will create a video for that design pattern. Can you tell us about the upcoming tutorial you'll be teaching in 2024? No, I didn't think about that. No, I surprisingly, whenever you see me here, I don't, in many of the cases, I don't have anything prepared up front, and I'm just trying to teach you what I know, and that's why I'm also making mistakes, and because I'm only human, no? And you, like any other human, I don't know things by heart. Well, yeah, and that's basically why I always didn't think about what will come after the. I have recreated now. I'm trying to finish my JPA and Hibernate playlist, because I have recreated it, especially because many of the videos in the previous edition were not properly recorded. So that's what I'm working on now. And then after that, of course, I'm still working on the data structures and the algorithms. And then after this one, I'm not really sure exactly if it will be something like using Java in the cloud, or I don't know, something more related to architecture or something like that. But please do suggest your topics, and I will choose out of the list of topics. So in Spring Security book, okay, I discussed that already. Can you type this site? I'm not sure exactly what site, O'Reilly Learning or what exactly. Maybe that's, let me actually share it with you. So this is what I'm talking about. If your question was about where am I reading my books, O'Reilly Learning. So basically this is O'Reilly Learning, learningoreilly.com, and you find here like a lot of things, and sometimes even early access books if they are coming from O'Reilly. It's, for me, everything I need in terms of books. We have playlists, they have live events as well, but for me it was mostly books I was interested in. So I hope that was the question about when I said the site, you were referring to O'Reilly Learning. Bun. Am I late? I don't know. Wizard is never late. They always come when they want to. So probably you're not, if you are a wizard. Do you have videos that explain threads in depth? I think I do have some videos that explain threading in depth in the Java Fundamentals series. So that's where I discussed also synchronization, blocking objects, atomic objects, and stuff like that. But if you have any specific question, I can go into it now as well. Is event-driven architecture part of microservice ecosystem, or just a topic that is different from microservices? Even if event-driven fits really well in microservices, event-driven refers to kind of an architecture where the communication is done through events. Usually, technologies such as message brokers, like for example ActiveMQ or any JMS implementation or Kafka, but not only, are used to exchange messages between applications. It works very well in service-oriented architectures, especially in microservices, but I would not put them together. Like, I would not say that event-driven implies microservices or microservices implies event-driven. I hope that makes sense. Where we may find Java community, could you share some links, please? So first of all, I do recommend you to have an account on social media, and that's either LinkedIn or Twitter, now called x.com, and then you should try to follow the Java user groups, which are always abbreviated as JUG, Java user groups. So they all have accounts. So what you can do is just go on Twitter and find the Java user groups, and then you will find a lot of suggestions to several people who are known in the community, and of course the Java champions. So you can find and follow as many Java champions as possible, and then of course the social media does its magic and always recommend you new people you would like to follow until you create an account where you have all the events, topics you need on that. Now, locally, in many cases there are local Java communities, but that's something you should search on your own, because I don't know which are all the locations and all the possible Java communities you might find. It's probably something that you need to know if you have one or not in your location. And of course, you might search for the virtual Java user group. In case you are not close to a community, the virtual Java user group is special say Java user group that you find online. But remember, I do always recommend you find also physical locations where you can meet people and experts from the domain to share, the exchange ideas, issues, discussions, and so on. Okay. Does the second edition include JWT? Well, it didn't. Even the first edition, it included things on JWT. One of the parts of the book, yes, it does include also discussions about tokens and the OAuth. So I have a question. When working in project, how can I say this case I need to use this pattern for it, and I have the problem choosing the pattern on specific use case? So good question actually. So how do you decide from between different solutions for a specific problem? I guess that's your question. So first of all, my first advice is know very well the characteristic of all the solutions you have. You cannot decide between multiple solutions for a problem until you know exactly what each solution does in terms of which are its advantages and disadvantages. And then once you know that, you just put them and try to figure out which are the advantages that would bring the most benefit out of for that specific case, or which are the disadvantages which are critical for your case. If one of the solutions has disadvantages that you cannot go over, meaning, hey, I cannot afford that, for example, then it means that's not a solution at all. If there are disadvantages that are affordable, then you just have to go through all the solutions with disadvantages affordable and see which of the choices has more advantages for your case than it has disadvantages. So this is basically how I'm doing with all the cases where I'm consulting. And it's always a one case, it's always a decision based on the specific case, but it's always on the advantages and disadvantages of the solutions that I'm choosing. Okay, so I work on some personal project and I'm kind of blocked with some things. Can I ping you on Twitter or LinkedIn? Yes, you can ping me on LinkedIn actually, but remember that I'm not. It's not like I have an infinite amount of time, so you might find me answer not that quick. And remember that I do not provide usually answers on specific use cases, because you cannot, as a consultant, provide things on specific use cases unless you investigate and know very well that use case. A lot of people sometimes ask me, and they are upset that I do not reply them like, hey, I have this very specific case, which is the best choice? And I tell them, hey, I cannot tell you. Like, if it were that easy, you give me a paragraph and I'm able to give you the perfect choice, then consultancy in software development wouldn't have cost that much money. If it were that easy. If it were that easy, absolutely everyone would be able to take decisions in software, and our jobs were not that valuable as they are anymore. So do not expect me to be able to give you more than advices. Do not expect me to be able to give you solutions because you have described me in a few sentences a specific case. Whenever I'm consulting some specific project, it sometimes takes me weeks to investigate and to come with all the points that need to be done for something to work. That's consultancy. So sending me a sentence or a paragraph on LinkedIn and expecting me to come back with the right solution, it's not realistic. It wouldn't be at all possible. Like if it were possible, then that would mean that it would be so easy that everyone could do it, no? Are there any Spring Boot exercises or small projects to do in order to become more familiar? It's easy to understand the theory, but hard to start implement all this knowledge all at once. Why don't you try to choose? So thanks for the question, but why don't you try to choose something that would apply to something that's close to you? For example, try to create your own online shop. Try to if you have the time and you want to learn Spring and also want to apply it, no? I always advise people on investing that time to something that can even bring even more benefit to them later. So why not finding an idea of your own and try to create that one with Spring and Spring Boot? You don't have anything to lose. The worst case scenario, it will not work and you have learned Spring and Spring Boot. The best case scenario is that also works, brings you some benefits over that and makes you happier. So think about something, whether it's an online shop or is something that, I don't know, converts images, uses now AI or ChatGPT to do something, or something else. Find a good idea and try to implement it with Spring and Spring Boot. Create a private GitHub repository. Start with a plain project and literally start from there, and you will see that in the end you might have not only learned Spring and Spring Boot, but end up with a working solution. I hope my idea will actually bring you a lot of benefits. How to master clean architecture. Clean architecture is actually a very large subject, and it's not something you master from the books. So it's something you master with experience, because unless you will have experience with the majority of architectural styles, you cannot, unless you have seen them in place. And sometimes unless you have seen them in place in cases where they actually shouldn't have been implemented that way, you might not be able to understand what actually means a clean architecture. So it's one of the topics where I think experience is more than needed, more than essential. So to master clean architecture, I would start by trying to learn as much as possible as a software developer and understand and work on as many projects as possible. If you like that, a consultancy job might fit better to you than working in a product company. There are some advantages when working in consultancies, that you will be able to see many more projects than you would see if you work for years in a product company. So if you want to become a better developer in a faster time, working as a consultant might help you more than working in a product company. Of course, it's also more difficult because you will be pushed to learn many more things, from technicalities to business, in a shorter amount of time. While working in a product company, it's a lot more comfortable usually, because you learn the set of technologies and the rules and the business of that specific product, and then you simply just use it for years, as many as the product exists and as many as you'd like to stay in that company. So usually it takes you like some months to master everything about, or almost everything about, that product and the technologies to be used and the practices and the processes, and then you simply use them and you very rarely have to adapt. While when working as a consultant, you see 1,000 organizations, you always have to learn about each and everyone's products and technologies. And then, but the advantage is that you will see processes and technologies and architectures applied also very well and also applied wrongly. And then you will be able to always advise even better for the next projects. You will always say, hey, in my previous projects, I've seen what you are trying to do here and it was not good. Don't you want to change it to this and that? And then of course, the more experience you gain, the better you understand what clean architecture is and what architecture is, from the technologies themselves that you choose to the processes and everything else. So I'm funny. I'm happy that I'm funny. In the future, would you be editing some videos when you are lead coding? Why not? I mean, I've been using more coding game, but it's very similar. But yeah, it's a very good idea. I'm actually going to put it down. So why not working? I have to first finish my playlist on data structures and algorithms, I think. But then of course, why not trying to do some exercises on platforms live would be probably fun, or fun enough, I think. Cool. So I want to save the every output in a different text file with different name. After I run a program, I want to ask me where to save it. Can you provide me a link or something? I'm not sure if I understood. So you want to create an application where you save the every output in a different text file with different name. Okay, but that's what you can do already with Java Neo. What exactly is the problem? Because I don't know if I understand the problem. So writing in files is something that you can find on this channel. Just search for Neo and working with input streams and output streams with Java. But is there something more than that, or what is exactly the problem that you are looking for, Adrian? Because it's not clear for me from your message. Okay, meanwhile, let's go further. So last summer I learned about Spring Security, understood how it works. You have some filters, another series of filters, namely security filter chains, and that is that chaining. You basically do a filter before any filter that might generate the authentication object. You'll use an authentication manager to handle the login itself, which is the provider. Okay, yeah, that sounds correct. I'm not sure if that was also a question, but what you described looks to be exactly the way Spring Security works in a couple of sentences. How much time do you spend solving lead code problems? So I did used to solve problems on coding game rather more than lead code, but I now don't spend so much time, not because I don't want to, not because I wouldn't like to, but because I don't have the time to do that, because I have a job and I'm reading a lot of books, and then I have to write books as well. It was my choice. So all these are basically very time-consuming activities. And in the past months, I didn't touch too many problems. Like I call them puzzle problems, no, small problems just to sharpen your mind. Although I think I would have to go back to that and do more of that, because you see, it helps you sharpen the algorithmical thinking. And I used to do that a lot when I was a student, but with time I quit doing that. So to answer your question, lately I didn't do that much, but I do recommend it. However, remember that I always do recommend people do things outside of the programming area, of the technical area. It will help you as much as learning technicalities, not learning technicalities. What I mean is that if you want to have a strong brain, try to not train it in only one direction. It's always good to relax the muscles before you exercise again. It works with the brain as well. For those of you going to the gym, you might know that you don't train the same group of muscles every day. I'm not going to the gym and not training my arms every day or only my legs every day. You do have to let a part of the body relax while the other is trained. And that's how the body can have the time to recover and recreate the needed cells and use the needed material to grow. And it works the same with the brain. So what I mean is that do try to train your brain from all the perspectives. You have a left side and the right side. So you have a more mathematical side of the brain and the more artistic side of the brain, and you have to train both of them. So for those of you who don't do anything in the artistic side, take my advice. For the next year resolutions, try to put yourself into the situation where you do something artistic as well, where you do something that is less mathematical, and take something that you like. It can be music, it can be drawing, painting, it can be something that is more manual work. Try to do something that requires your creativity and trains also the other side of the brain while letting the other one relax. And that way you will allow your body time to grow the cells while the other side of the brain is relaxing, instead of trying to continuously push it and require energy for it only working. It has to grow, and to grow you have to also leave it relax from time to time. So that's how it works. If you really want powerful minds, that's the strategy I recommend. Don't be don't be fooled by trying to only spend time learning technicalities. Always take your time to take time to relax that side of the brain by investing in the other. Okay. So is solving these problems more essential in the early years of your career, and does their importance decrease? I would stay in touch. So I don't want to imply that you shouldn't solve small problems such as LeetCode after you've achieved some experience, because I know things are forgotten, and I don't think algorithmical thinking is like walking on a bicycle. Walking on a bicycle seems at least to be something you can't forget once you've learned it. Algorithmical thinking and programming languages, I do think you forget them if you don't train them. And to avoid that, I would prefer to continuously train. However, I would say that working on algorithmical stuff, once you've learned it, it always becomes easier and easier and easier to fill in the gaps or to simply fill in with the new researches. So I think it's very important when you start learning, and especially an advantage for those of you who have started learning programming as students or in the early when you were teens or even children now, because we live in an era where even children learn now programming. I wasn't there when I was a kid. There were almost no computers, so it was impossible to start learning programming when I was a kid. I've started when I was a teenager already, but now it happens. So it's very important at that time, because it's when the brain has the highest speed, the highest velocity in learning. So that's why the more you invest time in learning new skills as a kid, the easiest is for you to learn them as adults. It's not impossible to learn something new as being an adult, but it's a lot more difficult if you didn't invest time in training your brain well when it was growing when you were a kid. So that's why, to answer your question, I think they might be more important to beginners, and especially when the beginner is the child or a teen or a student, rather than afterwards. Okay. How to create social login with Angular and Spring Boot using OAuth 2. So social login. Now, I'm not a front-end expert, so I will not be able to answer anything about Angular, but using OAuth 2, I have a playlist, plenty of examples, so you might want to take a look on that. For Angular, I only have created with a friend a couple of videos, but remember that I'm not a front-end developer, so I know many of you are surprised when I say, hey, I don't know front-end. I know people tend to believe that being a lead or a principal developer or an architect, you need to know all of the things, but that's not true. There is such a thing as full stack, but remember that full stack has advantages and disadvantages. There will be no full stack developer being able to be an expert in both sides, front end and back end. Especially that now you also have to know some knowledge on CI/CD pipelines and whatever we call DevOps. It's your choice whether you want to know some of both or be very deeply knowledgeable in one or the other. So that's why I will not be able to answer questions on front end. So I'm reading Spring Microservices in Action, 2nd edition. What do you think about it? I think it actually was one of my recommended books some years ago. It's a really good book, and I think it makes sense together with some other titles like for example, Spring Native Cloud Native Spring in Action, for example, from Thomas Vitale. I do recommend you read his book. It's a very good one. Microservices Patterns from Chris Richardson, and some others. I do recommend you use books from either O'Reilly or Manning. I don't say other publishers don't have good books, because they have. For example, in Spring, A-Press, for example, has published all the books by Iuliana Cosmina, who is my favorite Spring author. But in my experience, many good books have been published by O'Reilly and Manning publications, and I have some of them here as well. I think, look, this Monolith to Microservices, for example, it's quite an old book. I think it has already, oh no, it's 2020. It's not that old actually. I had the impression it's 2019 or 2018. But for example, this could also be a very good book, also from O'Reilly. Where is it? Here it is. No, by Sam Neumann. But I do actually recommend it. So Continuous API Management, like this one, for example, was a really good book as well. And I don't have all of them in a paper format. So some of them, it happens to have them on a paper format here, but I do also, as I told you at the beginning of our discussion today, I read a lot, so it would be impossible for me to have everything in paper format. So I only have a few of the books paper, but I do read them online. Or in an electronic format. Oh, more questions. Oh, I'm so happy to have so many questions. So I really didn't have a lot of time to show a lot of code, and I'm really happy, because this is exactly the point of having this kind of an Ask Me Anything marathon day, especially with Christmas. You see, I've been very well prepared. I'm dressed up as a Santa, and I'm here to discuss with you anything you'd like to discuss with me, not necessarily syntax related. So I really appreciate your channel, share YouTube channel. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. It's basically for you friends who are here with me, not necessarily today, but throughout the year, for whom I do spend the time and I have this activity, because my single point of this channel is to share knowledge. So if I wouldn't have to whom to share the knowledge, then I wouldn't have the channel at all. But it's because you exist, the fact that this channel exists, so that's important. Wow, good, difficult question. So economic wise, so when do you think the job market will recover? Because junior mid's pretty wild. It's pretty wild for everyone, not only junior and mids. I think it's pretty wild for everyone and all over the world. 2023 was not the best year in software development. We have, all of us, we have seen that. Unfortunately, layoffs from the biggest companies. Almost all the companies have had cuts and layoffs of different kinds, and this is related mainly to also the political situation in my point of view. Remember, guys, I always say that wars have never helped anyone. I don't even know why we live in a 21st century era and we haven't yet learned as a society that having wars doesn't help us. When will this sector of IT recover, or will it ever recover? It's a question I'm unfortunately not an expert to answer, but my personal feeling is that it will probably recover when the political uncertainties will be stopped, meaning probably when we will see less wars and more calmness throughout the world. We can't do that as individuals, but we can help as a society to be better. Just remember to avoid getting implied in anything that's related to fightings and wars. Do you have any recommendations for books on Spring integration? Not really. I don't think I have any idea only about Spring integration, but usually books contain things from time to time about integration as well. But I know I don't know any title, and I don't remember to have read any title especially only on Spring integration. That's a good question. So now that we can use only void main in a Spring Boot application, where will we put the @Spring Boot application annotation? That's a really interesting one, because Spring Boot annotation was made to be applied to a class, not to a method. So will that change? I have no idea. No, I think it's not really. It will not change at all. So I think whenever you will have a Spring Boot application, you will have to have a main class, a main method, and you will still put the @Spring Boot annotation on the main class. Remember that this is, so this new syntax you see here, it doesn't imply you cannot write this anymore. No, you can still have the class, okay, and you can still have the old syntax as well. So you can change this to what it used to be, the public static void main of string args, and still work. No, so when we talk about the new syntax of the main method, it doesn't mean that we will be forced to use it. It just means that we can still use what we had, but we have that opportunity, which will be very good, as I was saying at the beginning of our today's discussion, a very good opportunity for new starters and for teachers, because whenever I will start teaching now, I will prefer to start teaching by showing my students a syntax like this rather than showing them a syntax like the previous one. But in real projects, it's very likely you will continue seeing the old syntax rather than the new one. I'm working on a Gates app and I calculate profits dimension. I provide input with scanner, and after calculation I want to save the output dimension. I want to save them for every gate individual. Okay, that's Adrian, a very simple use case for which you can simply use files and paths. So for example, writing on a file, you can define, you have the path. A path is created very easily using the get factory method. So remember, this is a factory method now, the get static factory method. So you say, I want to put it here. And then you can simply just write files buffered writer for this path. So you get the buffered writer. Of course, you need to treat some exceptions. See here, for example, you asked me previously, can I use var? Well, in this case, I would use var because, well, I do see here that this is very clear from the method's name. It creates a buffered writer. So I would use var because I would avoid writing buffered writer. I do not spare too many characters. It's only a few of them I do spare, but it's still, for me, starting from this point makes sense because I can easily see what I get. And then of course you can simply just print whatever you want in your file. So now, of course, you can choose to have multiple files. You can get their names. It's only about the logic you implement. So it shouldn't be difficult to do that using the Neo file package and the classes provided, which are quite simple to use. Okay, I try to skip over the discussions and go to the questions. Okay, so is there in Spring Security a JVT validator utility? Because I don't know how to write it from scratch and I copy paste it always and it adds unnecessary complexity to my projects. Not something that I know, so I don't remember to. Oh, right, but I forgot the flush. I think I should have flushed it as well. Anyway, so I don't know necessarily about a validator that you can use, but I don't really understand why you would need that with Spring Security, because Spring Security already validates the JVT and transforms everything into the security context. So normally, whenever we discuss Spring Security, so you don't need to get your hands on the JVT itself. That's the whole idea, that you want to make things as simple as possible. So the JVT is already transformed into the security context, which you can into the authentication actually of the security context, which you can grab like this: security context holder, get context, get authentication. So to answer, no, I don't think there is any tool like a method or something that you can use to validate the JVT, but that's because with Spring Security, at least, the whole point is that it makes it even easier for you. It already provides you everything in the shape of an authentication object, which you can then use wherever you want in your application to apply any kind of authorization rules. And that should be enough in general for any kind of application. If you don't do that, if you do something like that, you might be over engineering what you are doing, but that's by not correctly using Spring Security and not necessarily because Spring Security doesn't have something that you need. Any plans to go through the concepts of designing data-intensive application book, which will immensely help with system design? I never thought about that. I never thought about that, no, but I will keep that in mind. Okay. Do you think books have some information or better information than the internet? I don't think that there is something like more information than the internet, because the internet itself contains those books. So mathematically speaking, the internet always contains more information than any piece of information that you would try to choose. It's the set of all these subsets, so it includes all of them. That's how I see the things. The difference between books and the internet, however, is that books try to put in place and explain in easy to follow thread a specific subject, while it contains information that you could still find all over the web. And you could do that. Like, take my Spring Security in action. Do you think that there is anything there that I have invented myself? No, of course not. There's nothing in that book I have invented myself. That's a book on Spring Security, which tells you many things about how to use Spring Security, but hopefully in an order simple enough to understand that if you are a beginner with Spring Security, you start with the first cover, and then you are able to follow it page by page without being disrupted up to the end cover, and become a well-taught individual with Spring Security. While if you want to learn Spring Security on the internet, well, good luck. So you don't know where to start from, no? You don't know what to start with. You find different spread information about the existence of the HTTP basic method, form login method, how to use ANT matchers and MVC matchers. Then you find out that ANT matchers and MVC matchers don't even exist anymore, and you have to use request matchers instead. And instead of like taking a book that is 500 pages long, and if you like read 10 pages a day, you will read it in 50 days, you will end up with not being able maybe to write a very or being just able to write a decent application in 50 days, and you don't even know if you wrote it correctly in the end, if you just try to do it by scratching yourself. And that's the idea with the majority of the books, is that if they are good books, they put in a easy to follow way a specific subject, so that you don't have to search yourself the way in which you have to learn those. That's the point. That doesn't mean you don't need to learn anything else. So don't get me wrong. You will still need to search stuff on the internet or ChatGPT now, because we have ChatGPT and it's very useful. But you know when to search more details and what's the exact minimum that you need to learn to be able to go further. So always complement your learning from a book with other materials, and always learn more books, multiple books about the same subject, because sometimes ways in which different authors explain different topics might make things easier for you. So try to make the books and the materials complementary. But no, you don't expect that you will find in books. One of the funny things that happened to me in many cases was I got messages from readers. Hey, I bought this book because I need it to solve this exactly problem of mine, and it doesn't, so it's not a good book. And I was thinking, how does this guy even think that I could even cover all the possible scenarios in the world if I would try to cover exactly the scenarios for each individual that they would implement with Spring Security? Because never expect from a book, when you buy a book, you buy it to learn the specific subject, like using Spring Security or using Spring or using Java. But it will not tell you how to apply Java in your specific case. Don't even think about buying a book, because it will tell you exactly how to create the code for your specific case. No, that's not the point. The same is with a tutorial on the internet. It's not a bad tutorial because it didn't cover exactly your case. Actually, it would be impossible to do that. If that would be possible, then programming would only be copying code from a tutorial in your application. And we all know, at least those who have at least some experience with writing code, that that's not possible. Because even if you write, when you copy a small pieces of code, like you see, okay, Stack Overflow, we all use it, no? Or different other forums where we find examples on how to do something. Remember that I've been telling you that throughout the years. Whenever you try something from the internet, remember that something was not created for your specific case. So it's very likely it won't apply to exactly your specific case. So that's why when I have to solve a problem, even if I find the solution on Stack Overflow, for example, I do try to search for multiple solutions, and I do research if that solution I found really is or not the best one for my case. And it turns out in many cases it might not be the best solution, okay? Or I have to adapt it in a way in which it fits with the newest versions, in which it makes sense for my case, and so on and so forth, okay? So how is your name pronounced? Laur or Laur? Yeah, so my name is pronounced Laur, or if you want the long form is Laurențiu, but normally I think it should be easier for you to just use Laur, but I don't mind, no worries if you don't pronounce it correctly, it's not a big deal. I was at the Java 21 presentation in Craiova. I didn't ask you then. Then I said to watch your tutorials. Can I say you are doing a great work? Thank you very much, Adrian. I'm very happy to hear that. Do you have any plans on creating an HTMX course by any chance? Again, didn't think about it, but I will put it on my list here. So thank you for giving me ideas. You saw it's the third idea that I put it on my list here today. So it's a good topic from my point as well. It has always been difficult for me to understand why two types of exceptions exist. Why not always use unchecked exceptions? So very, very good point. Actually, I think the checked and unchecked exceptions, to talk about a bit about them, they are specific to Java. No, I don't even think that there is another language that has something like checked exceptions. But the idea was the following. So it started in a way, it went in the end to be used differently. Checked exceptions, they were initially named business exceptions. So let's try to talk a bit about that. So checked exceptions, those that you need to try catch them or to throw them, those that are checked by the compiler, those for which the code doesn't compile if you didn't provide it with a logic on how to treat them. These are checked exceptions. No, they were initially called business exception, and the reason was they were exceptions that their purpose was you are meant to treat these exceptions because they are part of the logic itself. So you should be forced to treat them. Like there are no more money in the account you are trying to withdraw from. You try to I don't know, do something that is against the logic of the use case. That was their initial purpose. And then of course there were the runtime exceptions, which were all the rest of technical exceptions that you could propagate and then end up with, because you don't know where they might all be coming from, so you can't treat them all and sometimes you don't even have to treat them. They should not appear at all, like null pointer exception or array index out of bounds exception or anything like that. But what it turned out is that the checked exceptions, like used even in the logic of your applications, are not really the wisest, because when you do that, in many cases, it's difficult to comply with the Liskov principle from the solid principles. So we ended up like quitting using business exceptions, and the checked exceptions were left with a lot less use cases than they were initially thought as a purpose. If you will read old books on Java EE especially, you will see the explanation on business exceptions and how we use checked exceptions. If you read explanations on exceptions today, you will actually find out that you would be recommended to use them only when there is kind of a method you call from outside of a library, for example. And this is the only way in which you can force the user of your library to treat that exception. So normally, in the majority of the cases, we would actually use runtime exceptions. The checked exceptions would be, however, helpful because it's a way in which you can force someone to treat something. And normally this could happen at the boundary of a library, because the one using a library, for them, the library is a black box, which is normal to be. It should be like that. Actually, Java even added capabilities in the language in the latest features to even allow you to even better isolate your libraries, like the modules in Java 9 or the CL classes. But if you want to force someone to treat an exception, you can throw a checked exception. And then, for example, that one using your library who can't know about a specific exception in your library because your library is meant to be and will remain a black box, will know out of the box that they have to treat a specific exception, simply because they will be forced by the compiler to do that because you threw a checked exception. So that would be a place where I would still recommend using checked exceptions. In all the other cases, most likely using runtime exceptions is it's a better idea. Let's see. So do you have a tutorial on Java Servlet? Is learning Java Servlet good to understand the internal working of Spring Boot? I don't think I have a tutorial on Java Servlets, but I think some, even if it's like very deep inside the modern web applications, it's still good to understand servlets. So I might want to create one, so I'll put it on my list here. Okay. So it would be nice if you could get a discount on it based on both books that year. Okay. I started learning Java about 3 years ago, but my job now, which is my first professional job, I have to deal with Python. Should I focus on Python or try to find another company? Oh, this kind of advice is very difficult to give. No, it has to come from you. I would not even recommend you trust your friends on that. So the question is, what do you feel? You feel Python is what you want to do in the future, or you feel it's something else? If you feel that what you are doing now it's only because you need money but you don't like it and Java would make you happier, yes, probably changing the company would be good. If not, then of course do continue with what it continues to make you happy, which is Python. So but I think the real decision is something you should take and not listen to someone from outside. In Kubernetes ecosystem is each cluster hold many instances of the same service. I'm not sure if I would say that a cluster contains instances of the same service. So Kubernetes is a little bit more complicated. I didn't cover it on a playlist. I might want to do that also in the future, maybe even next year, at least with some fundamentals. And there is a chance that I have covered a little bit, very little bit of it in my software architectures playlist, but not with a deep purpose on the technology itself. So in Kubernetes, we have the replica unit, which we name a pod. And inside the pod, you might have multiple Docker containers. And inside one container, you can have multiple applications. So I'm not sure if going now on this subject would be wise enough, meaning I'm not sure if I would be able to explain you in detail everything about that. So I'm working on my project where I have many services. Do I need to make each cluster for the group? Again, very difficult to answer something on what I don't know anything. So if I would be possible, if that would be possible for me to answer these kinds of particular questions only for knowing a couple of sentences, I would be a god. Unfortunately, I'm only human, so I'm not able to do that. And since the wave of questions has finished, let me take a 5 minutes break, friends. And I'm going to be back very soon. Don't leave me here. And I'm going to continue with what I've started with, the other fresh features you have seen coming with the latest Java versions. So don't leave me. I will just put it on my cover, and I will continue in just a few minutes. Okay, and here I am back. I just had to change a little bit, and I'm now Rudolph for the continuation of this Christmas marathon. I hope you are still here with me because I didn't finish. So I'm now going to show you a little bit of the things that I like the most out of the newest that have been introduced in Java, starting with the current year and maybe a little bit earlier. One of my favorites still is the switch. So this is how it started. No, you were using a switch. You could have used any kind of int, char, string, or enums, and that was basically it. No, and then you say switch, and you switch it, and then you have case, and then whenever you have multiple cases like case 1, case 3, you have to put them one under the other, not necessarily under, but that was the way you do it. And then you do something. I'm very sad I have to write this syntax, and then you break, and then you might have a default close, and you might have other cases then, so to say like case 10, and then you do something else, and then again I'm sad because I have to write this kind of syntax, and so on and so forth. And you always have to remember, if it's not the last case, you need to use the break, because if you don't use the break, then it will go over all the other conditions. So that's the syntax you used to work with in, say, Java 8, Java 9. This was the way you knew the switch, and then some things have changed, and suddenly switch is a lot easier to use. There are more syntaxes than I will show you, just show you today, but I'm going through my favorites and the ones that I'm using. So first of all, I do love the fact that I can now simply enumerate the values here. So that's one of the biggest changes. Like it was so unfortunate that you had to spend so many characters just writing cases of switch, and that's not something I've ever liked. No, and then the fact I have to write this break here, that's also something. I don't think there's any beginner with Java that didn't at least once make a mistake of forgetting a break, and then they realize that even if you start with a new case, if you don't have a break, the execution will actually continue, and even if the value of x doesn't match that specific next case, it's not considered anymore, because that's what it happens. And I don't think there is one beginner that didn't have this problem at least once. So what if instead of having to use break, we would use this different syntax like that? And just look on how cleaner this syntax is now. So I think it's actually, we can say it became a lot happier in writing, only from the point of view of writing the code. So the old code, this is, let me copy it and then do something like that. Take a look. This is one. Oh, too bad. I will have to rewrite it. It seems it didn't copy for some reason, but doesn't matter. And this is the second. So no break. A little arrow here instead of the colon. And this is it. It looks so much better. No, it's actually, the first syntax was like that. No, case, case, case. so ugly, so beautiful. But that's not even the only thing that happened with this kind of a syntax. Now switch can also act as an expression that returns a value. Because if you remember, in the future, if you wanted to do something like, let me show you, say you have a string result, and you say, for this case, the result is Mary break. No, that's how we used to do it. And for this value, the result is Christmas. And then it doesn't even force you to do something. And what happens is that if this is not the empty but is null, and you do something like system out length of the string, then for case 11 or any other case that is not part of all these values, we'll end up with a null pointer. Sorry, I did a debug, but it doesn't matter. It goes with a null pointer exception, which is bad. No, because it doesn't force you to treat all the values. Like I normally should have been forced as a developer to have this, but Switch is not made for that. Switch, the way it was created, wasn't made to do something like that. However, you were using it, and you might have seen it used this way. And there is another problem with this. I cannot have immutability. Normally I prefer and I recommend all the local variables to be final. You will see that this approach of immutability highly increases the maintainability of your code, because whenever you have a variable that's not final, you never have the certainty that it will not is never changed somewhere. So I always prefer to have a value being assigned with something at the very beginning to avoid then having to search further whether it has been reassigned or not. I prefer to write my code in such a way in which I avoid reassignments. And that applies to local variables, that applies to parameters of the method as well. Well, of course, here I'm in the main method, but normally you would do this with any method of any kind. So what is it coming with now? Switch can now return a value based on certain logic. And this is how you do it. You just provide the value that you return after the arrow, like that. But if you do this, aside from the fact that you have to end this with a semicolon, which is classical semicolon in Java, we are not so much affected. You will see it doesn't compile, and the reason it doesn't compile is because this switch forces you to have all the possible branches, which is exactly what we were expecting, which is exactly what we wanted. Remember, I ended up with a null pointer exception earlier because switch was not made for this, but once it's been made for this, now if you use it this way, you need to provide a default, and there are two options here. Either you provide the value to be returned, or you throw an exception. One or the other. So you have to do that. And of course, this allows you now to have final variables. Because now I do assign it directly from the switch with whatever logic I have here implemented. I can keep my variable final. So now I'm pretty sure, one, I will never end up here with an exception as long as I have implemented all the branches correctly. And secondly, this variable cannot be, its value cannot be changed after it's been assigned, because now it became constant having it the final applied. So look, this switch expression, now I end up with the runtime exception, but this one here, which is expected. It's what I had been put on purpose, no? And normally it should never be a runtime exception. This is just my case here. This is just my case here because I didn't want to create a custom exception. But normally you would always, and it's always recommended to have a custom exception. Okay. So then I should end up with Christmas. Merry Christmas. Boom. And Christmas length is 9, so that's why you see a 9 here. So I really love the new switch expression and what it helps you with. But I will go even further than this, because I'm using here the preview of Java 21. And there are some other things that you can do with switch in Java 21. And I'm gonna show you about those as well. So here the question would be, can I also apply a logic based on the type of the switch? And then the idea is that you will be able to actually do that. You will be able to write something like, and let me actually comment this out so I don't break it. Like switch X case integer when actually case integer, and that's it for the beginning. Sorry, like this. System out something or whatever, return something, whatever you want. Okay. And this is what we call a type pattern. Okay. Normally you also need to provide it with a value. And then you can say case string, do something else. And so on and so forth. And normally you will not be able to do that on an object, on a type, on a primitive type, because that cannot take different values like it happens in my case here. Okay, but if you have a super type, then you can apply branches that correctly fit to that super type based on polymorphism, the way it's implemented by Java. So if I use object, like I did here, it means I can apply cases of any type because object is the main superclass of all types in Java. And now, of course, it doesn't allow me to continue because I still do have to apply all the possible cases if I use object types. So I do need to come with a default and specify what I'm doing for the default. But it's working. So look at this syntax, which is so much different than the way we used to see a switch in Java years ago. It doesn't even look, no, switch was an expression, I deleted it, so it was an expression, as I stated earlier, used to treat branches of equalness for types char, int, string also didn't exist from the beginning, you know, it was enum, and then string was applicable starting with Java 7, I think. Although my memory might be wrong because Java 7 was so many years ago, I don't even remember how I looked myself at that time. And it's no longer that, no. now it's an expression that can be used to return a value based on a value. It can be used to execute certain logic based on a value, but with a syntax that helps you write that in a lot more maintainable way. And it's a syntax that allows you to even differentiate based on the type. And I will go even further. You can combine this and this. And that means you can combine the differentiation on the type with the differentiation on the value by using the when word, when being followed by a condition. Say, when x is not any kind of object, but it's an integer and its value is 10, then do something. If it is any string, do something else. If it's an integer, but the value is smaller than 10, do something else. And if it's something, do something. So, you know, you can do so many things with switch now. So isn't this an absolutely extraordinary change that happened in 2023? Well, it's still under review in Java 21, but I really love what they did with the switch. So it's something that it's a tool that started like a simple cutter, and now it's like it's a very strong sharp axe that you can use for a lot of things in a lot more elegant way. I was even used to say, hey, avoid using switches, because people were using switches in a procedural way. They were wrongly using it. It was itself nasty tool to use. But now I think you can actually do a lot more things in a lot more easy way with all these syntaxes that switch allow you to do. So are you partaking in Advent of Code? I'm not sure what Advent of Code is. If you can give me more details, I can tell you. You mean if I'm suggesting new features? No, I don't do that. I'm just like one of you guys, being happy of what I'm provided with, and I honestly, I have to say a big thank you to all the smart individuals who implemented this, because they did an excellent job. No, and look what we have now, and the new things with the patterns and everything that we will be provided with in Java. It's so extraordinary, and it helps improve the code bases a lot, not only from the performance point of view. And now I'm thinking, of course, about Project Loom and everything they have implemented with the virtual threads we were discussing a little bit earlier, but also with the maintainability of the code, which is all these things that we are discussing now, implemented with Project Amber and so on, Valhalla. Look, even with the instance of, like instance of you know the instance of operator, so you certainly know it. Is you would have used it now whenever you would have casted something. I want to say final integer y is, and I'm casting it from. And to be honest with you, I always disliked casting, but there are cases where you need those. That's the point. And then when you really have to cast something, it's always advised to avoid class cast exceptions at execution by checking that whatever you try to cast corresponds to the type to which you are casting it to. Because this object can be here anything, and if I'm having value as 10.5 instead of 10, then definitely my line 21 there would simply end up with a class cast exception, because suddenly I try to cast a double to an integer, so I try to cast two different objects which are parallel on the branches on their branches of the inheritance tree. So that's why you always have to make sure what you cast makes sense, and you say if x instance of integer, then cast it. And then the question was, why can't I simply, if I do that, why can't I simply just hand cast it to me to an y? And now you can do that. That's exactly what you can do with instance of. You can cast it to whatever you want and directly keep that reference in a variable, in a defined variable of that specific type, so you don't have to add more surplus of code. And this way, decreasing of the verbousness. And that's it. Moreover, with the new additions to instance of that have been added in Java with 21, you can even go directly into the object itself. What I mean is, say you have a class cat, and let's say it's not even a class, let's say it's a record, because I'm gonna dive then into this different subject, the records, which is again one of the things I really love. No, so this is a cat with a name and an age. Okay, and then what I can say, I might know this is a cat. But I want to access the name inside. And of course, one of the things I can do is change it to a cat and then access the name inside the cat. Like that. But then it's even better if you could simply just access the object inside directly. Instance of cat of name and age. Something like that. And I'm not sure exactly why it's complaining. Let me try to do it like that. So that works. And then why is it complaining for name? Name and age. Oh, probably it also wants the type. Yeah, exactly. Int age, sorry. Okay. So now I can not only avoid the casting itself, but if what I wanted was to work with the name and the age, then it's simply just working with the name and the age. Now I can simply just use directly what I want to use, the name and the age. Like that. And if I don't want at all to work with any of them, say I want a cat, but I will only work with the name, then I simply replace it like that with an underscore, because I don't need to refer to a variable I don't want to use. And then I'm just, with this syntax, in a much shorter way, I'm just saying I have this X, and if it's a cat, I want to work with the name of the cat. In only one line, in only a few characters, without casting, without accessing the values through getters, without anything. So did you know about all the syntaxes that are provided with the newest versions of Java? When we'll work with this, some of them, they are still in a preview mode. But when we'll work with this, I don't think anyone could even complain that Java is still verbose. Because all these additions have been added because the community complained about Java's verbousness. Hey, I'm gonna use Kotlin because Java is verbose. Well, it's true, Java is verbose, but it always have been powerful, and it has one more advantage. It always ate from other languages only what was really appreciated in other languages. So that way it became always more mature than simply just trying to use syntaxes, implement syntaxes for the sake of implementing syntaxes. All the syntaxes that have been implemented, or at least the majority, because you can never be perfect, were added to the language in response to real necessities of the developer. Like the records. No? The records, and I created one just for this example, are real necessities that developers have been asking for many years. So they have been added to the language. We sometimes were wrongly applying principles in our applications, like immutability. How many times do you think I found developers not applying immutability just because they were lazy to write immutable classes? Just because writing immutable classes meant writing a lot of nasty code. How do I write this as a class and not a record? Let me write it as a class for you. Let me change this syntax to a class, making it as close as possible to the definition of the previously record. So, public final class, private string name, private string age, private final string name, private final int age, constructor for both getters, and eventually equals hashcode and toString. Oh my god! So many lines just for the definition of an immutable class, which is not really something I would like to see in my code. Imagine how many of these classes a code base may have. They are part of the application's model. We call it a model because it's that kind of class modeling data. It doesn't create actions, it models the data. It gives the data a shape so that it can be serialized, added to a database, read from somewhere, and so on and so forth. It just defines the structure of the data. And always when we work with these classes that have the purpose of shaping the data, they should be final. They should be immutable, not only final, they should be immutable. They should create instances that after initialization can't be changed further. So while writing for the large number of classes modeling data, maybe they are the largest, no? In number in application. If you take a normal, like simple shaped application on layers with repositories, services, controllers, the model classes usually tend to be in the largest number. And imagine the amount of lines of code I'm adding just because Java is verbose. But what if all this can be reduced to only the exact necessity of writing? It's like, hey, I know I'm creating a DTO, so I know I'm creating a final class. So instead, let me create it as a record, and I'm only defining the exact things I really need to know, which are the attributes, the types of the attributes, and of course I make it different just to mark this is a kind of a type that ensures immutability, and that's it. And that really is it. So records now should map the majority of your models in your applications. Please do use records and use immutability. Immutability in at least two places should be applied. We discussed one of them here. Whenever you have local variables, trust me, apply an immutability philosophy that imply that all the local variables you declare should be final, including the parameters. You take out a lot of complexity only by that, and then make sure that all the classes shaping data are defined immutable. And you can very easily do that if you think cat is inducing you in error, I can change this to invoice. It's the same thing. Okay, so let me rename this because I see you don't like cat. Okay, invoice. Is it better now? Now it's an invoice. It can be any object shaping data, and of course it's not name and age, is number and big decimal total amount. Okay, does it sound more realistic now? Doesn't even matter, no? It were a cat or it's an invoice, the syntaxes are the same. So this is string number here now. Okay, is it more realistic now? Okay, so any class used to shape information should be recorded. There is only one exception, and the exception is entities in Hibernate. If you are using JPA and Hibernate, remember that using JPA and Hibernate is not something mandatory. Remember that this tool, like any others, has its advantages and disadvantages. And remember, when you choose a persistent solution for your application, you have to choose it depending on your specific case. Juke is a good alternative. JDBC is a good alternative. And of course, I don't mean like using JDBC as plain JDBC here. You can, for example, if you use Spring Data JDBC comes with a lot of out-of-the-box abstractions that allow you to write very few code for interacting with your relational database. And there is also of course, the JDBC client that has just been released in the latest Spring versions. So using that is an excellent tool to avoid using plain Java JDBC. But what I meant here is that whenever you choose a persistent solution, don't go out of the box without analyzing anything with a JPA implementation such as Hibernate, because it might be a good choice, but there are places, yes, you've heard me well, there are cases where Hibernate is not a good choice. Okay. So if you have Hibernate, then of course you might be forced to have some of your model classes, meaning the entities, mutable, because Hibernate relies on mutability. But if that's not your case, then remember that anything else you can make immutable, do make it immutable, and records are your friends there. Even if with Hibernate, if say you use Hibernate, go to my Hibernate playlist I'm just working on now, and you will see that you can get the projection of queries as DTOs. And if you do that, those DTOs also should be mutable. Okay. So this is with records, and this is why I consider it to be one of the best things, one of the best additions in the latest Java versions, and one of the things you should work with. Okay. Okay, some more questions. I'm gonna answer them, and then I want to talk about a bit about modules and sealed classes, because there are also things that tend to be misunderstood. So so I saw projects, someone asking, I saw projects in which final is used for each variable, but I don't really like this. I think that all variables in a block are final unless they are mutated. What are your thoughts on that? My thoughts are exactly as I told you earlier. Everything that you put local should be final. Yes, it is a good practice that when you declare a variable, you assign it a value, you make it final, so that anywhere down below in the method, whether it has been passed through reference or not, that value will never change. So if it's any kind of parameter or any kind of local variable, it should be final. This is a good practice. This is a best practice, and my recommendation is to follow it. Not putting final here means that any of these variables, whether they are parameters or not, will be able to be changed throughout the method execution, and then it creates with a lot more execution branches, meaning that your code is more difficult to maintain. So using the final word helps you go with a logic where you have less branches of execution, making your code easier to maintain. Records are equals to data class in Kotlin. I think so. Now, to be honest with you, I'm not sure if I remember all the details about data classes, if they match precisely one-to-one, but I think they have kind of the same purpose. Which one, for example, I'm not sure exactly to which you refer, which one, for example, maybe you can give us a little bit more context on that. Are there performance differences between JDBC Access and Hibernate? Well, of course, yes. Of course there are. Good or bad? I mean, in both cases, there can be you might find differences, meaning you might find cases where JDBC is more performant than Hibernate, or where it is less performant, depending on if you've used it correctly or not, and where exactly you've used it. So let me try to draw something. Let me see if Draw.io is working, and I can draw a small diagram to make myself clear on that. So this is Draw.io, no? So you have a database, and you have your application. Now the question is, if you send directly something from your database to the application, in most cases, first of all, a direct send of communication will be faster. So if what I'm sending is just, for example, a query, then it will be, of course, faster, because I just, through JDBC simply allows me to establish this communication, and I directly send the query. But if it's not only about the query, remember that whenever we discuss about Hibernate, it has what we call the context. So you might have situations, normally you'd say, if it's only about a query now, it's only an operation, then being the fact that Hibernate manages the context and then sends the query, will automatically add some more action to be done. So automatically with Hibernate, the performance will be lower, because you manage something, you manage an in-memory collection, and that in-memory collection might have a different number of objects, so on and so forth. You anyway do something more than just sending the query, which means a delay has been added. But if it's not only about a query, but it's a group of queries, with Hibernate, you might end up actually sending less queries in the end, or queries that have been reshaped to be better in terms of what you are doing there, instead of all the queries that you would have sent yourself. So in such a case, Hibernate might be more performant. So you see, depending on how you use and how well you know the tools you are using, you might end up with a better or a worse implementation. That's why it's very important to understand well all the tools you are using, and know when you do something, what are the advantages and disadvantages of that something you're using. Okay, good. So is the JPA Hibernate Fundamentals 2023 playlist complete, or are there any upcoming? There are some upcoming videos. The next video at this moment that I will be creating is the using subqueries and joins with criteria query. And then I promised to also make an introduction on using Hibernate within a Spring application. So no, it's not complete. Some more videos will be coming. However, you do have already a lot of hours of study in that Hibernate playlist. And I think soon I will also delete the old playlist, so it's no longer confusing, okay? Okay. Is there any compiler improvement when we use the final methods? To be honest, I don't know, and I don't think that's the most interesting of the aspects, because, well, you know, compilation is not the most important thing we are thinking about when we deal with applications now. We compile them once, run them everywhere. So running is a lot more important in terms of Java than compiling itself. Whether there are, maybe, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much helpful that is in terms of how fast will your application compile. I don't think you will see any difference, to be honest, in the compilation time. Even if there are optimizations, I don't think there will be so large optimizations so that you will observe them. That's at least my feeling. So I thought, what are the examples when you shouldn't use Hibernate? For example, some cases. Oh, very good question, actually. Yes. So you shouldn't use Hibernate, for example, if you have an application working with a lot of data. Why? Going back to my browser with the diagram here, remember that Hibernate uses a context inside in which it manages instances of objects. Hibernate works quite well if these contexts created are small ones, so they are easy to manage. But if the context is large, then you might end up with a very badly performing application or even memory issues. At some point in time, I have been consulting an application where huge contexts were created using Hibernate in that specific case, that they were actually turning into out-of-memory issues on the metaspace. There are different things that can happen, but the one rule of thumb is be very careful with any application using contexts and containers. They should be avoided when using a large amount of instances. Hibernate doesn't make an exception here. Whenever you don't have a complex mapping yourself, like for Hibernate, and I say Hibernate, but I actually do refer to any JPA implementation, no? So the specification rather than implementation is more important here, because I do refer here to any kind of implement technology that implements JPA, because it works the same since it follows the specification. What's its best use is if you have actually complex mappings, no? Because you do define in advance the mappings, the relationships, and so on, and then you only have to use them. And in that case, some magic happens behind the scenes, and the relationships, for example, they are lazily or eagerly loaded depending on how you define them out of the box, and you don't have to do that yourself. And if you put it in the correct use case, then you end up with a better working application and a more maintainable one. But if you don't have complex mappings, then you might find out that adding an ORM framework, or at least adding a JPA implementation, is also overwhelming. So I would take into consideration at least these two aspects. One of them is, how exactly does my application work? Does it manage a lot of instances in which would be unnecessarily added to a context? If the answer is yes, then maybe a JPA implementation is not for me. Does it have a lot of complex mappings? If the answer is yes, maybe I need to use an ORM and JPA. But if the answer is no, I might over-engineer my application, add some unneeded dependency of something that I could create with the same effort by not using necessarily a JPA implementation framework. I hope that at least summarizes some of the cases. So where should we put validation in a Spring Web application? I have seen some projects either in controller using validated annotation or service layer with specific methods. That's a really good question also. So validations are not something that are saying something that depend on the case. Now I would say, because it really makes sense on how you structure your application. Remember that one of the things we always want to consider is making our applications, making our objects as independent as possible in our applications. So isolate them and expose the interaction between them through contracts. If we achieve that in a large application, we achieve decoupledness, and decoupledness helps us not only having an app that is more maintainable, but also one that is easier to test. Now, why am I bringing this when the question was about validations? Because if you should add your validations normally at every layer of decoupledness. Did you completely decouple your service layer from anything else in your application? For example, your application may have services that implement use cases, the part together with the part of transactionability and so on, but they do expose them through different means. So going back to be able to draw a diagram, if this is your service layer, okay, maybe it is a service layer that has been closed completely, defines the use cases, but then exposes those use cases in various ways, like that. This is, for example, a simple REST exposure. This is, for example, a WebSockets exposure. And this is something else exposure. And can be many for reasons. So then, of course, your application that contains somehow all these modules will prefer to have things validated here as well when they enter your app. So it's, anyway. Not the best of the drawers. Okay, I'm not gonna do that anymore. So it might want to validate it here, which is fine. So you do want to validate your contract at the entrance. But if this service, this is the service and is completely isolated and it's independent, and in some cases it might even be implemented by a different team, then you might want the validation to happen here as well. Because always self-sustaining modules should not trust any other module that interacts with them. This is a best practice rule, is that any self-sustained module doesn't trust anyone calling them. So the services should not trust that the data coming from different other modules of the application is correct. Meaning that the validation should work on itself. Now, this is if you have the services, in that case, in my case here was an example where I had the services as a self-sustaining module. If it's a small application where your services are not defined as a self-sustained module, then it doesn't make sense to add validations everywhere, because you will simply just over-engineer. So it's again about that compromise, and the choice should be dependent on that compromise. But aren't the final methods polymorphic? So on that side, there is no dynamic resolution when the method is called. There are no virtual tables. I'm not sure, again, it's out of the context and I don't understand where the final methods came from. I don't even remember to have discussed final methods at all, so please give me a little bit more context on that answer, on that question, so I can answer. So with upcoming Christmas and New Year, wish you all peace and prosperity. Thank you very much, and hope the same for you all, friends. For web applications, how we should tackle concurrency problems. Sometimes I see the use of thread local, but in one of the projects we are using a context object. Again, very particular question to it's impossible to give you to give an answer, because you really need the context of that specific case. So there is no that perfect way of handling concurrency in web applications. It depends on what that web application do, how many users it has, how many requests simultaneously, whether it uses now a reactive approach, an iterative or virtual threads, what is the technology being there. There are so many factors you need to consider when you before thinking about how to tackle concurrency and what exactly the case is, what exactly do you want to tackle in that thread local. So it's the an authenticated user. A thread local in that case would actually even mean a statefulness. Do you want that? Is that the right thing to do in that scenario? See, there are so many things that you cannot answer the question, what should I use to? What should I use to in that particular case where I have all the details? That's something I can analyze and answer. JPA is 4 times faster to Spring Data JPA. I'm not sure where you have taken that. Do you have any research that proved that on specific cases? To be honest, I'm very afraid to make statements like that. I have never created a research myself, but I have the feeling that that might not be the case, because I doubt that the abstraction added by Spring slows the execution of Hibernate by 4 times. To be honest, I don't believe that. But if you have a link to a research that proves that, I will believe you. Yes, I want to bring the holiday spirit, so that this is a special event. Now you see, I don't have anything planned. I'm just trying to answer your questions, and I'm happy to meet you all here and have a last probably event of 2023 together. And of course, we will still meet again next year, because we have so many subjects to discuss on Java. So nothing special about that. I hope you are already looking for those videos coming in 2024, and I'm looking forward to have many more of you here with me and discussing things. Is there any framework for distributed transactions? Where you will find different tools to help you with things Spring Cloud. Now, remember that for distributing transactions, you have different patterns that you can apply, and it depends on the implementations, because sometimes these implementations are not necessarily from within the application, or can be from within the application, or can be helped from the infrastructure level as well. I've seen different ways of implementing that. So if you try to implement something like Saga pattern, for example, you might find different ways to implement it, which can also be not only all of them application level related. So there is a lot of research to do there, but again, depends a lot on the case. There will be new playlists in 2024. Yeah, there definitely will be new playlists in 2024. So stay here with me, because I do, and I have even noted down a few of the subjects you have suggested me today. So I will create as much content as I can on this channel as I promised. So can you say virtual threads are a substitute for reactive approach? I suggest you go at the beginning of the event today because we have already discussed that. I said no. I said no, not totally. I think there will still be cases where reactive will be a good choice, but there will definitely be a lot of cases where virtual threads will take the lead. What do you think about C#? Never thought of that. I'm only a Java guy. And this ecosystem, is it superior than Java? I have no idea. I didn't use it, so since I haven't used it, I cannot compare it. It's like asking me to compare, I don't know, to compare two different dishes, out of which I've never ate one of them, so it's not possible. Cool. So I said I will discuss also CL classes and modules. So one of the things that I want to cover on CL classes and modules is its usefulness, because you see a lot of people say, hey, Java added in Java 9 those Jigsaw modules and no one never uses them. Are you sure that is the case? So I don't think so. Take a look here. Do you know what these are in the JDK here? They are modules. One of the first libraries that have been modularized is the JDK itself. So if you take a look on how the JDK looked like in Java 8, you will see there was a big monolithic jar, which was called RT jar, large, 50 to 60 megabytes, I don't remember exactly. And the problem was, whatever application you wanted to create, you will always have to use the entire JDK. It doesn't even matter your application is a server web one, and it doesn't need at all to have all the Swing and AWT classes that you now find in the Java desktop module. It doesn't even matter you never used RMI, for example, in your application, or Corba, or whatever scripting. Whether you use them or not, you needed to add everything. And one of the first things is that with modules, you have, first of all, a good isolation of what's inside the module. It's what we call a strong encapsulation. It means even reflection doesn't have access there and can't access what's inside unless you specifically open your module to that. By default, a module is completely closed and it hides everything inside. You have to explicitly for a module specify what can be published and used from outside, and that's even if it's about reflection. We used to know reflection as a very powerful tool because it could even call private members of a class. You could manipulate the bytecode at runtime through reflection in any way you'd like. But with modules, you can't do that anymore unless the module allows you to do that. You have to explicitly open your module to what exactly can be manipulated through Java reflection. And then, because the interfaces are very well defined, the modules have a very well defined graph of usage, graph of dependencies. You know exactly which modules is dependent on which other modules. So by that, you know exactly the minimum subgraph of a specific library that you can use when you need it. And for example here, you might actually create an app that only uses Java base because that's the only thing you need. And then you will have a lot less footprint on your application because you will exclude everything that your application doesn't need. You will be able to only add to your app the subgraph of modules. That's exactly what's needed for your application. A first great thing in having modules is that now you can define your application with the footprint as small as you need it, which, remember, for cloud delivered applications, for container delivered applications, and for places where the spin up time is important, it's a huge step, and it's a very important step. Actually, calculated in an economical point of view, it can spare from you a lot of money. You can make a lot of economy just by minimizing the footprint of your applications. You will be surprised, but that's the case in cloud, and especially with public clouds, which tend to be super expensive. Good, that's that. And besides that, whenever you have now a library, let's leave apart the JDK. You have a library. Let's say you want to create a library. You know what happens when you want to create a library is that up to the point now is you are creating a library is this one. You put all the code here. Inside your library you have 500 types in different packages, and then someone from outside wants to consume it, meaning put it in their application. Okay? So the question is, I, as a developer who wants to use this library of yours in their own application, no? This is the XYZ library. The question is, which one of these 500 classes here are essential for me and which aren't? Should I use all of these 500 types in my application? Or should I only use a part of them? And the point is that usually out of these 500 classes your application has, your library has, it can only be like 15 that are the ones really needed outside. So with a library, with a non-modularized library, the maintainability, and I would say here not maintainability, but in the first place the usability is very hard, because the developer has to literally research which of the types provided by our library need to be used in their application. And for that, usually the only chance for the dev is to use documentation, if some documentation is available, and depending on how well that documentation is made. I guess you all found at least once in life a library whose documentation wasn't that great and you struggled with it. And I know in many cases, maybe you were lucky enough to use open source libraries for specific large use cases that you can find online, that others have used, and for which you can always find some help on Stack Overflow or somewhere all around the web. But what if you have to use a vendor-specific library? Have you ever had the chance to use vendor-specific libraries? I had. I had the opportunity to implement stuff which was not necessarily of large use. I had to integrate with devices with industrial devices for which the vendor created their own libraries. And for those, you don't find any help online. You are only provided with documentation, and in some cases you are provided with paid support, which could be good enough. But normally what you want is, when you create a library, you want this little actor fellow outside to be able to use it almost out of the box, almost like they already knew how to use it, even though they have never seen that library in their life, without having to research documentation that can be large or simply poorly created, without having to call for support, or preferably to minimize that as much as possible. And to do that, there is one first thing you want to be able to do, is to externalize only those 15 classes and make all the rest of 485 in this case, okay, stay inside and not being able to access them. And that's one of the cases that you do through modules. And look what happens to your library. Your library, instead of having 500 types, it might now have more modules. 1, 2, 3, whatever's needed. Doesn't matter. These modules, each of them will have a specific number of classes. Some modules will be larger, some modules will be smaller. And so on and so forth. But every module will only provide to another module what they can access. And only a few of all will be accessible outside of all the modules. So the point with having modules is that you can always say that module B, which is this one with 50 classes, module B only provides certain classes to only certain modules. So you can say from module B, 15 classes are published to be used by A and only by A. That's very important, only by A. And only one class from this module can be seen outside. So this is the power of the modules, is that they can hide what's inside. One thing is that they can hide that's inside, but the second very important thing is that they can publish outside only specific types and only to specific modules. It's possible to say, I want to publish this to be used by anyone, which is what will happen to those 15 classes that should be then accessible outside my library. But I also have the possibility to say, I need to publish some classes, but only this module from inside my library will see them. So in the end, I will have a modularized library with a certain known dependency among the modules, and only with certain small number of classes accessible outside. So why is this really helpful? Because now, if you have only 15 classes, as a developer working with a library, you only need to focus on those. And in the documentations, only those need to be documented, And only those 15 will be on the focus of whoever uses your library, because it's only those that are anyway seen. You might have 1000 classes inside. No one will know. No one cares how many classes, how many types actually form your library, because only those 15 will be made accessible. So imagine this is one of the things. Now, I will tell you one more thing that is helpful. The inheritance. Because once you publish those 15 classes, this dev here might ask themselves, what should I do now with them? Are these classes that have been meant for inheritance? Or should I simply just call methods from within them? Or should I simply just create instances of these types? What is the purpose of these 15 types? So yeah, I know we have already managed a lot by only publishing outside those types that need to be published outside. And that's the real power of modules. But besides that, I want now to give even more context to the user of my library. I want even to tell them what they can do with those types. I want to tell them when are they allowed to inherit a class and when are they not allowed to do that. And that's why we have sealed classes. Have you heard about sealed classes? Sealed classes allow you to define, let's say we have a package model, and you have to define account, which is a generic account. I have a debit account, and you have credit account, and you have a savings account. So what you can now create is basically an entirely closed inheritance tree, because you can say credit account extends account, debit account extends account, savings account extends account. And then you can go here and say in account, this only permits, it's sealed. I closed it and sealed it, and I only allow credit account, debit account, and savings account to inherit this class. And now, of course, to all this, I need to specify further whether they are sealed, non-sealed, or final. So I can say credit accounts is non-sealed, it can be extended further, but debit account is final, and savings account is final as well. This is an entirely defined closed inheritance tree. What and why would I use this in real life? Yeah. Why would I use this in real life? Is because I want when I create a library out of these 15 classes, I want to make sure these classes are either final, so you cannot extend them if they shouldn't be extended, either non-sealed explicitly, which tells the developer that they may inherit them because they are non-sealed. So it's a way in which code explicitly talks and tells, hey, I'm a non-sealed class, you can inherit me. Or they are sealed because they are inheritable by specific types in the library, but they should never be by types that outside the library defines. How cool is that? You can limit your inheritance tree so that you can tell explicitly from outside the library what exactly can you inherit and what not. Restricting this way even more the possibility of what you use here, the possibility of wrongly using something, or when I say wrongly, I mean here not in the way in which the creator of the library thought that. And you might ask, hey, but why if it's working in the end? Who cares that I have used it not in the way the creator of the library wanted me to use it, because I made it work? Yes, but that doesn't guarantee you that in a future version of the library, that thing will not be changed and will be broken in your app. Because remember, this individual building the app cannot then know and guarantee all the possible usages to those who have used their application, their library. And then if it's not according to how they thought, to the design they thought about when they created the library, then they might break things in future versions without them meaning to that. But now that they can simply just expose precisely and in exact way how their library can be used, they minimized the chance of having anyone external using wrongly their application, on one hand. And on the other hand, they help themselves create easier backwards compatible versions. See how much powerful all this is. And I see so many Java developers not considering these aspects, which are really, really juicy. No, they are really important. I've heard this year, hey, these CL classes, why the heck did they implement CL classes? Why do we need this complexity added to a Java language? Well, this is why we need it. We do have reasons. All this stuff that has been added to the Java language has been added because the community asked it for reasons. And remember what I was telling you earlier in this event is that Java has this philosophy of being very mature. It's not implementing stuff unless it's requested and useful for the community, and the community asks for the stuff that is added to a language. Making it a very robust language, making it a very good language. And yes, like any other languages, it has and will always probably have disadvantages of its own, but it's a continuously evolution of providing you with exactly the things you need to know, to have, to build good, maintainable, performant, and secure applications. Okay, let me take something more here. Data structure playlist, maybe, I'm not sure exactly. With the data structure and algorithm, yes, I will continue with that. I didn't finish that one, neither that one nor the JPA and Hibernate. Those two are still in progress. Okay, yes, and I will continue with many other playlists in 2014. So that's why I was saying, stay here with me. There are things we want to talk about and discuss, and please do suggest me things. And I'm so happy to have this event together with you here, friends, because look, there were so many of you. So my counter here counts 668 views, unique views throughout the past 3 hours and a half, which is huge for a Java discussion. No, I will probably be more like 30 more minutes with you here, and then we will close this event. Because of course I also have my voice and don't want to lose it completely, but I will create more events like this one. I was really happy to be here with you today and discuss, and there were so many discussions and questions because this is exactly what I wanted from this event. There were so many of you, and there are so many of you here, and I want to be even more of you here. So do tell your friends and whoever you think this channel might be helpful for, that they find here content for free about Java and Spring and software development related stuff just for Java developers, which is exactly what I want to do for you, for the community. What do you think? What do you think? Use of AI in Java? Do you know any research going on in AI in Java, not just using the model, just like calling APIs? So AI was really such a hype this year with the introduction of ChatGPT. We've seen how much we evolved in terms of technology, and I feel it will really be such a great tool in the following years. No, don't worry guys, it will not replace us. No, it will not. So do continue to learn, train your brain, study as much as you can. Count my advice on studying everything you find useful, but also non-technical stuff. Remember what I was telling you earlier if you were here with me by the very beginning of this stream. So AI, it will definitely be a very good tool. I'm using it almost daily now, not only for coding but also for learning. Hey, you were asking me a little bit earlier points about how to become a better Java professional, no? And I was telling you a few points about reading books and about just rewind to see all the things that I was telling you about. But why did I forget? So I'm using ChatGPT a lot to learn stuff and to remember stuff, because it's so easy if I forget something like, hey ChatGPT, how do I, or please remind me, how do I use enums in JPA, whatever. And then it gives me everything I need with examples. No, and now with plugins, I can even have diagrams in case I'm not really understand properly. And yes, I know it might be wrong sometimes because it's AI. It kind of matches also the way we human think. So we make mistakes. AI will make mistakes as well. But it's so much better, so much faster for me than sometimes for simple things like that, researching, surfing through the web to find examples. No, so it helps me with the time I've spared, the so much economy in time I made, which I could invest in something else. So to be honest, I've invested that time in like reading fiction books, because I love reading non-technical books as well. And you see behind me, I have a lot of fiction books and a lot of scientific books, but not necessarily related to coding. I invested more time in gym and in doing sport. I invested that time in myself, and I feel much better, and I think that will become even better and better. So do use AI for your studies as well. It at least for me it worked really well. So how do I actually, for some reason I'd seem okay, here it is. Now, is something in plan about integrating? I know there's a Spring project for that. I don't know exactly where the hype will go in the next months or in the next year. I think we will have to live and see. But I do suggest one thing to all of you: don't laugh about it. Don't treat it just like something that's not useful. Don't go over it, and don't be afraid of it either. Use it, learn how to use it. It's a tool. It's being afraid of using ChatGPT for anything is like being afraid of cars and driving a car. It's like probably when cars appeared for the first time, there were people afraid that cars will be the next evolution that will maybe take their jobs because they are, I don't know, driving horses and so on, riding horses. So but in the end, it was only something that made our lives better. That's what AI will also be. Now, if you at that time were afraid of, for example, driving cars, it's exactly like some of you are afraid of using ChatGPT and AI now. It's of being afraid of using a tool that will actually make your life better in the future. So do learn it. Do learn how to use these tools, Copilot, ChatGPT, the AI tools. Try to differentiate between them, trying to find which one is better for you and which not. Try to read others' opinions about them and validate them and see what works best for you. No? Okay. Where was the AI? I've lost it already. More questions. So, okay, I'm learning Kotlin, someone says. So, do you think we might have more jobs in the future for it? I feel everyone knows Java. So, the point is the following. I always teach things in Java because I know one thing at the moment. Usually, whoever knows Kotlin knows Java as well, but whoever knows Java doesn't necessarily know Kotlin. So, when I write a book, for example, because sometimes people ask me, hey, why all the examples in your books are with Java and not with Kotlin, for example, because Kotlin is shorter and it's a future language. And well, I don't say it isn't. It is indeed less verbose and it is indeed a future language, but in the end, it also compiles in bytecode, so the result would be the same. However, when I write a book, for example, I think about my audience and I want the book to be as helpful as possible for most of the readers. So one of the things I know from experience, I have observed myself, is that between Kotlin and Java, not all the Java developers know Kotlin, but almost definitely all Kotlin developers know Java. And that's why my examples are with Java, because I know I will target also those guys who know Kotlin. Should you learn Kotlin? Why not? I think learning anything is a good choice. Now, I do advise you learn whatever you want to learn, and I do advise you learn also things that you feel they are useful. Remember that in the end, programming languages are things that you use for your job. So unless you really need a specific language, don't lose time like learning it. Remember, there are many other things you should learn and do also outside of the technical stuff, outside of the technicalities. We discuss here about the fact, we were already discussing here during this event about the fact that you should take your time to read books like this one, like Dan Brown. No, so just read non-technical, right? Read whatever you like, fiction. Read about the universe. Read about the space. I don't know. Read about whatever Stephen Hawking told you about the theory of everything, and so on and so forth. So read stuff like that. Do not invest only time in like learning 1,000 programming languages, because you have one life, and one of the things that human should achieve is knowing more about the universe we live in. Learning more programming languages will not get you closer usually to that target. Okay. Reading startup. How do you weight Quarkus over pure J2EE? Oh, Quarkus, first of all, it's a platform, no? It's a platform that helps you with running natively the applications. Pure J2EE, I mean, J2EE is that old Java EE? No, definitely I would go with Quarkus. But remember that Quarkus integrates well with Jakarta EE, and in that case you cannot even make a comparison. I would say, would I use Quarkus as a platform? It depends on the application I want and whether I want or not a native compilation and write applications in a Quarkus way. Most likely, I would prefer if I use Quarkus to start something from scratch with Quarkus rather than adapt something that I have. But of course, it depends on the objective, on the target I want to achieve in the end. Quarkus is from Red Hat. It's an excellent platform, and it's one of the things I would suggest you be aware of. Remember, and observe that I'm not telling you always, hey, learn that. Sometimes learning too many things is not useful. Again, allow time to learn also things that are not necessarily technical. Do things that are not necessarily technical. And of course, definitely do sport, a lot of it. It helps you. But Quarkus is one of those things that you need to be aware of. And learn it, of course, in case you will have to use it on a specific project. But it's definitely one of the things that you need to be at least aware of as a Java developer. The concept of modularity becomes very important when you talk about development on mobile or embedded devices. I do agree, and I do not agree at the same time, meaning I think modularity is really important everywhere, not only on mobile and embedded devices. I think modularity is a great way of designing applications to be more maintainable and testable and future-proof. I heard utility classes are not so good. So where to put a piece of code that's reused in many service classes? So it depends on what you understand by utility class. I think maybe you think about having a class with static methods. Well, it's not necessarily that's not good. No, it depends. Because sometimes you have a piece of code that's simply not, it's just an algorithm, like sorting a list. I don't know. I'm just giving formatting a number in a specific way, or formatting a string in a specific way. And in that case, as long as you can implement the unit tests for it, it doesn't even matter if it's a static method or not. So I would not like to say utility classes are not good, because again, it's one of the things that in my experience depend on the case, on where you put them and what exactly you put inside them. If you put inside them logic which is part of your use case, then yes, you don't do that with an utility class. You do that with a manager object that you can then plug in easily into your entire design of classes to use it in a correct object-oriented way. So don't use utility classes for things like that, like putting part of the logic of your use cases. Even if it's part of the logic that repeats itself, then you have to still find a way to describe it and put it in an object that gets that responsibility correctly, following at the same time the single responsibility principle and avoiding you to avoid code duplication in such scenarios. But when we talk about things like universally independent things, like formatting something in a specific way, or that can be a utility class, and I have nothing against that as long as you test it properly, as you write the unit tests for it that ensure there will be no problems with that piece of code in the future. And about string templates, because I remember that. Do you know about the string templates method? So you know that we will be able to do things like that very soon. And honestly, guys, I do love text blocks. So whenever I write anything on more than one line, I do use text blocks now. So you can actually have, see, a string name. Let's say Santa, because we are in the festive event. You can now say hello name. I love this. Of course, still preview at this moment, still preview, but the possibility of injecting, and you will see it's actually, we have multiple things we can do. I'm not going to go into more details now because I'm still waiting for this kind of stuff to finish, but you will be able to use templating, it's called like that, to format and to even transform strings into different objects like JSON objects, XML objects, and even prepare statements. Look at this. So this is the beginning. You have this inject of the variable inside the string at the means of an operator and an object that's provided out of the box. So when you run this, the text here will actually display "Hello Santa." Cool, no? Look at this. So I love this. It's at the very beginning. It's the first preview of this syntax, and I'm pretty sure we will see so many things happening with templates, string templates in the future. But just came to my mind now because I didn't show you today, and I was talking about stuff, and I remembered it. Cool. So utility classes. I think we discussed about utility classes. Any videos about Maven and how to structure multi-Maven? I don't have, but yes, I put it on my list. Thank you very much, everyone. So I have already a large list of things that. Okay, so Maven playlist. Okay, fascinating. So more people wanted to know about Maven, of course. Let me try to make some time for that as well. It makes a lot of sense. So why double is not good for money calculation? When should we think twice before using double or long? So remember one thing about double, friends. Double, when you say double price, is 10 point something. Okay. There is no guarantee, even with 4 decimals, that when you do any operation, even a small addition, that will necessarily end up with the correct result. It might or it might not end up, even an addition. So I don't have now a pair of, I'm just trying, but I don't have in my mind a pair of numbers to prove that. But there is a chance that you will end up with something that's not okay. Here in this specific case, it looks like it worked fine. But remember that even with addition, double plus double might end up with a value that is not exactly the result because of the way memory works and truncating. So that's why you never for decimal sensitive values, okay, wherever you have prices or anything sensitive where you want to guarantee that the result will always be the right one, like this, consider using big decimal. Big decimal was created for such a purpose, okay? So do use big decimal and avoid using doubles for anything that is sensitive value for exactly this reason, meaning even addition might not give you the right result. And sometimes, especially when working with money, even a 0.001 is important. And if you then, in accounting, for example, if a small amount is leaking, it can be really important. It can be it can even get you into problems with the law and stuff like that for enterprises. So the accountants, ask them. If you don't know an accountant, find one and ask them. They are really afraid of losing even a cent from their board. So that's why your applications, when working with data with decimal sensitive data, should never work with double and primitives in general. So 2 level of restriction from example 15 will be exposed, and that 15 as well can receive further inheritance. You can restrict inheritance easily, for example, by making the inheritance. Yeah, exactly. If, you can restrict inheritance by using CL classes, and of course, other best practices would be to restrict everything that
one shouldn't do with those classes. So for example, you should restrict instantiation. You should make the constructors private wherever that actor from outside should not be able to create an instance, and so on and so forth. Remember, you should think it in this way. So to the actor using your library should be able to access and do, if possible, only what they are meant to do. If for a class instantiation shouldn't be possible, make the constructor private. If for a class or interface inheritance should not be possible, make it either final or sealed. For a class is final or sealed in case it should be inherited from inside but not from outside. And so on and so forth. So apply all the constraints possible. The more constraints they are, the easier it is to guarantee that there will not be problems in the future. So you did get it right. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Can you mention something related to the Stream API? How useful it is and what ways can we use? Well, Streams API is an addition to Java 8, and I have already a lot of videos in the Java Fundamentals series where I prove how to use it. Now, I do want to say one thing about Streams API in terms of what I found out developers make mistakes with. Remember, with Streams, you have the following functional way of working. So you have a source, and then you have as many operations, intermediary operations as you want. And then you have a terminal operation at the end. Whenever you write a method like void do something, you decide whether you make it functional or iterative. Please do not mix both. Like if you have an array, you either decide, say you have an array, okay? Like this one. And you want to iterate over it. You either decide to operate with a for and do that up to the end, or you decide to turn the list into a stream and use it in a functional way. But don't mix both. Don't do something like in your code for something, list stream something. Don't do that. Because it's not clean. Because it creates a less maintainable code. Whenever you decide on using an approach or another, please decide on using either a procedural iterative approach or a functional one, but do not mix them. Many people tend to be tempted to mix them, and that's not okay from a maintainability point of view. So that's what I can say about streams and things that are not necessarily correct. Oh man, so many questions. I love that. So where was it? Isn't there AI in IntelliJ implement now? Yes, I think for a week or so there is this AI assistant. I don't think I have, however, yet a license for that. So my IntelliJ is licensed to myself, but I never actually bought the AI assistant. I will try to. I'm really curious. I have a GitHub Copilot license, but I never tried this AI tool. But I think I will at some point. Yes, so it is here. I never tried it. By the way, when you're talking about modularity, Spring released the Spring Modulith module. Yes, exactly, which is used to develop applications in a specific way using monolithic architecture model. Exactly. So monoliths are okay in certain systems. Remember that a monolithic architecture is not a bad one. Remember that even though there was a hype with microservices some years ago, and a lot of people wrongly understood that there's some kind of the best and the greatest, and you should never use monoliths. This is not the case. Monoliths are okay, are an architectural style that can be good now and then, but making your monoliths modular, it's even a wiser thing, from the same reasons I was discussing modules a little bit earlier now. And you see, there are even frameworks trying to help you with that, trying to help you apply that philosophy of correctly isolating the responsibilities. Why? Because clean coding is important, because clean coding is something that gives life to your application. When you write applications in real life, they are meant to be worked with for many years, for 20-30 years. You never write an application having in mind that it will stop working at some point. On the contrary, you want to have an evolving, always evolving architecture, a way of writing your code so that you can always enhance your app so it's alive for many decades. But to do that, you have to fulfill principles, test your application, and write it correctly. If you wrongly apply the principles and you have anti-patterns within your code, the result will be at some point a non-maintainable code, too much technical debt, and it's what we call it's basically an application that becomes technically bankrupt, meaning you cannot work with it anymore. It starts to cost more money to implement it and to enhance it rather than it provides, and that's when an app becomes technically bankrupt. Can we use permits with interfaces? If yes, this isn't against the principle that interfaces should be open to anyone to implement. I don't think that interfaces should never be open to anyone. I don't know any principle that says that, honestly. So an interface is a contract that should be implemented by objects, but I don't think that you should say it should be implementable by anyone. Why? I mean, what does this principle bring of having the interfaces implementable by anyone? Yes, permits works with interfaces as well, and you should actually even use it with interfaces similarly when having libraries in the same way we discussed here. So if out of these 15 you have interfaces, but you want those interfaces to be implemented only from inside your library but not from outside it, then you should use sealed and permits exactly for that purpose, to restrict the inheritance of the interface and make this application only use the contract but not implement it, which makes a lot of sense, because if the contract is something that your library provides, then it really makes no sense someone from outside your library to implement it. So in this case, it actually makes a lot of sense to restrict its inheritance. So someone says, I've learned a lot thanks to AI, where there wasn't enough information for my question. Yes, I did the same. That's why I also said I did advise you learn about AI, use it. It's the future. Thank you for giving ton of information. Thank you for being here with me, everyone. I'm also very happy to have so many of you. The counter of views went up to 750 in these 4 hours, so it's a huge amount of people who were here with me today, and I'm very glad about that. Do stay with me also for the next year. I will create a lot more content for you. So more people who want to know about Maven and Gradle. Is Gradle much more popular? Have no idea. Maybe it is, maybe not. I've seen this year only Maven in most of the real world projects, so I cannot say that Gradle is necessarily more popular. However, for me, both of them are the same. And then, so I don't know exactly a certain number of binary digits for which precision is guaranteed. Yes, exactly for our earlier discussion about double. exactly as you say, we don't have the guarantee. So that means you might find pairs of numbers for which even the addition may cause issues. And I had that. I've seen that in real life. I've seen an application at some point having problems because of that. So trust me, I don't speak from books here, even though I write them. Is it a good choice that the method returns a stream? I found that in a project and didn't like. I think it is. I think the only thing a method should not return, actually, it's null. So normally what I would advise developers avoid is having nulls. But I have nothing against returning a stream and nothing against returning anything that's not null, especially now starting with Java 8 where we have the optional type. You should always mark a parameter and the return type that might not return something, aka that would have returned previously null. Do make use of the optional class. For streams, for example, if you have such a case, you have that empty method. Remember, in stream.empty, that is a method that's really helpful because it allows you to create a source of a stream without values, which would be a replace for having to return null in such a case. Okay, I'm gonna skip over the discussions and go to the questions. We have a resolver exception handler class for every specific runtime exception thrown by our Spring Web application. Yes, you can do that, and it's a good thing. It is a good way to return meaningful errors. Yes, it is a good thing. So having a REST control advice that puts in one place the exceptions and treats them is, from my point of view, a good practice. And it's helpful because you always know when you find a mapping of an exception where exactly to find it. Have you heard about Emper project from JetBrains? No, I haven't. I don't know what it is. I will maybe search for it. Okay. And then when you mentioned optional class, can you list some good usage practices? I know a feature from Java 8 is not really a new thing. Yeah, well, optional, it's very simple. Anytime you have a method that you expect on any branch, regardless of the type it has, no? If you expect there will be a branch on an if, on an else, at the end of the method, or whatever, on an exception, to return null, then this method should not return string, but should return optional of string. Such in a way in which only methods that never have a chance of returning null themselves on any branch of their logic will return the object. This way, why is this important? You'll ask, why is this important? Why is this such a... Someone like me, old enough to have seen code before Java 8, anyway, even today, many developers don't use this properly. You would have seen stuff like string result is, okay, something like that. And then immediately the developer would say, if result is not null, then do something. This is called the null pointer exception syndrome. Because it's that psychological syndrome created by the fact that the developer didn't know if this is null, that they would have actually had an if for not null for anything in the code. Adding boilerplate code such as testing for null in so many places where it wasn't even necessary, just because it might return null and you don't want a null pointer exception. Why is optional so useful? Because now, counting that to implement it correctly, you have two cases. It's either not null or it returns optional. If it returns optional, on the branch where you would have had null, now you have optional empty. And then you know exactly here that you have to treat the cases, and you can do something like if present or else, and specify what happens for both cases. Or you could simply want to take out the value, and then you would do something like map or else throw, depending on what you want to do on the case where the value is absent. It forces you to treat the cases. But more than that, more than this ability of knowing being forced to treat all the cases, you know exactly when it's that case. Because the problem with null is that you didn't even know, and then you are tempted into testing everything for null because you really didn't know, and maybe it was null, and this is what's called the null pointer exception syndrome. Why IntelliJ complains if an optional is passed as an argument in methods? Does it? I don't know. Why does it? Optional string param. Where does it complain? Like this? It's because it says here string used as type param. I don't see this as a warning or as a complaint. It's not like a warning or something, is it? I mean, when I have a warning, it looks like a warning, but here it doesn't really look like a warning. No, I see nothing wrong with that. No, so I'm not sure why it complains in your case, but it doesn't seem to be a problem on my case, and honestly, I don't see a problem with that. So from my point of view, there is no problem with using optional as a parameter. It's the same as the return type. It's easier to say when a parameter is or not an expected value. And defensive programming. You can say that this is also defensive programming, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's maybe everything should be defensive. No, everything should be like, when I write code, I write it in a way it should be clean, so that for the future is maintainable. I write it so that it's extendable. I write it so that you can easily add features and easily test features. And that's how we should write the code. And we should always be like this in this case of, I make my code in such a way in which I don't have to worry about it later, whether worrying is for null pointer exceptions or anything else. Cool. It's been a lot of time, friends. I became tired already. 4 hours for this marathon, I think it's quite enough, and I'm very much happy to have had here with me almost 800 people during this, unique people during these 8 hours, which is an absolutely great thing. It means that you really guys really like the content. It means that you want more. It means that you will be here with me in 2024, and we will have the chance to discuss so many more things. Remember to tell your friends about the channel. Of course, remember to follow me on Twitter and on LinkedIn and on Threads lately as well. And I will continue with answering your questions also. Remember, you can also put them in the comment section. I'm here. This is our community. Let's make the best out of it. Now, before closing everything, I already see most of you are closing it. I want to tell everyone happy holidays if you celebrate them. Merry Christmas if you celebrate it. Happy New Year if you celebrate it now. And even if you don't celebrate it, I wish you all the best, and we will meet next time for many more juicy things. For that, I take my hat off and say thank you very much, everyone. Thank you again for all the time you spent here with me on YouTube and not only, and hope to see you as soon as possible with new juicy content. I say goodbye and have an excellent time for study. Cheers.